Even one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And pounce them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just going to make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but gets behind a pallet. It would drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in backgate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little. Oh no! Able to get huge here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no terror shock happening for the opera here. And another powerful great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the Psychologist out.
But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the...
We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Alice just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
That's the Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in, Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor when compared to last.
not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, yeah, unfortunately just not even going to be the
Even one more bomb. This are very early hits and very early bombs. I pounced them, however.
for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in backgate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Be able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a Terror Shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no Terror Shock happening for the opera here. And another Paladin, great Cypher, they're gonna probably have the Mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the Psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the... We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Palette's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
That's the Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in, Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, yeah, unfortunately just not even going to be the...
Even one more bomb. This are very early hits and very early bombs. I pounced them, however.
For a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in backgate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so It's gonna be a little. Oh no! Be able to get healed here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no terror shock happening for the opera here. And another paladin, great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. Now he knows that Cypher is probably Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the psychologist. Oh, and the psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the puppeteer, but we actually hit the. We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately, Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop there? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Alex just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
Has the Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in, Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, unfortunately just not even going to be
Even one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And pounced them, however.
For a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
A hit, but guess behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little. Oh no! Be able to get healed here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no terror shock happening for the opera here. And another paladin, great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. Now he knows that Cypher is probably Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the psychologist. Oh, and the psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the puppeteer, but we actually hit the. We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately, Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop there? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. Oh, but she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Palette's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough because
Nice flywheel.
oh, significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
Has the tie turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in. Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to
Yeah.
last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, yeah, unfortunately just not even going to be the
Maybe even one more bomb. This are very early. This is very early bombs. And pounce them, however.
wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just going to make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, that's a hit. But gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
No Prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Be able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
the mercenary here. No vault happening. No terror shock happening for the opera here. And another paladin great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. Yeah. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the
Psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the...
we are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. Oh, but she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Palette's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough because
Nice flywheel.
Oh, significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
Has the tie turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in. Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, yeah, unfortunately just not even going to be the...
for one more bomb. This are very early hits and very early bombs. I pounced them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
No
a
Prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a Terror Shock.
mercenary here. No vault happening. No Terror Shock happening for the opera here. And another palette thing. Great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. Yeah. He now knows that Cypher is probably Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only one white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the Psychologist out.
But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the...
We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with the tier as well. Are we going to see a hop there? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Alice just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful
That's the Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in. Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if the bomber is able to kite, unfortunately, just not even going to be the...
Even one more bomb. This are very early hits and very early bombs. I pounced them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
No Prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a Terror Shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no Terror Shock happening for the opera here. And another Paladin, great Cypher. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. Yeah. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting to clone up with only one white bomb needed to get a hit on the psychologist. Oh, and the psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the puppeteer, but we actually hit the... We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to catch Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that. Is going to go ahead and use a shovel. And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Ella's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough because nice flywheel. Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. But the Cypher will be popped. How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
Has the Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in, Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, unfortunately just not even going to be the
maybe even one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And Palestine, however.
For a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just going to make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
A hit, but gets behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But right back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little be able to get huge here. And 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a Terror Shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no Terror Shock happening for the opera here. And another Paladin, great Cypher. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting to clone up with only one white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. And the Psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the... We are able to get in that rescue. And unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to catch Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that. Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Ella's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough because
Nice flywheel.
significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Gravekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness. Are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Involver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful
Has the
catch!
Tide Turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, a blink comes in. Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, yeah, unfortunately, just not even going to be. All right, thank you all for your patience and welcome to the final day of Logging Off League Season 3. I am 206 Bones, and I'm joined today by Sam.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are.
Yeah, we've got some, well, I guess one exciting match for today. We've got Rui Potatoes versus WWW for the championship of Logging Off Season 3. So we've seen these teams over the past few weeks and all of their amazing performances, and this is the culmination of it. So I'm very honored to be able to have the opportunity to commentate for this as well. And also, I'm excited as well because I think that now that I'm commentating with you, Sam, this means that I've commentated with every other commentator that we've brought on for this season. So that's exciting for me.
That's true. I actually believe that's true. We haven't had a chance to commentate before together, so it's exciting to have it for the finals here.
But yeah, I guess as we wait for the teams and for everybody to get settled, well, I guess we can talk about Mr. Escapologist.
Oh, yes.
I haven't tried to say this word out loud yet, so I don't. Yeah, Escapologist.
Yeah, I don't know. I will never understand NetEase and why they just Mr. Bald. They just added NetEase has just added an ologist to the end of things, and it's just, I guess, worked for them.
I mean, it's I see. I feel like it works for like meteorologist. I get entomologist, obviously classic.
Yeah.
Couldn't it have been escape artist?
It could have been it.
Escape artist.
I think escape artist would have been better because that's what he is.
Yeah.
But no, we get a escapologist who studies escapology.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched the video for his kit yet, but I have heard that he is the basically Aesop 2.0, and a little bit of something else, and a little bit of something else, and a little bit. Well, you know, we'll just let him have some more stuff to his kit, because why not? The little bit of everything is the current meta of Survivor
he's just a little bit of everything. Although I am excited to see how, because he has something similar to how Professor Scale works. Not the one passive of his ability that blocks chip hits.
Oh yeah, like the Professor Scale.
Yeah, but any instance of damage he takes the first time, it just gets negated, and he like dashes forward a few
Oh,
meters.
okay, sure. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, just why not?
Why would we encourage hunters to play the game?
No.
I mean, no, it's such a strong hunter meta. For 2 hunters, maybe 3 if we're gonna argue. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like with all of the new releases lately, I've been just kind of waiting. I've been waiting for them to show up in game because I'm too scared to watch the video. I did that with Peddler, and then I was playing
Oh yeah.
a lot of Survivor Quick Match the week that Peddler dropped, and so I learned very quickly what she can do.
Yeah, she is a very scary hunter, and her trailer video did not show us how strong she actually was. Ended up being.
Yeah, the trait that she has where she can double. I mean, I guess it's doubled, but it feels like it's more. Her hitbox is
Oh
absolutely just.
yeah.
I as soon as because I feel like the thing with her is that she has so much going on, and that's the thing with a lot of the hunters lately. Like I felt this way with Goatman, really felt this way with Hullabaloo. Peddler, I feel like is kind of the culmination, and we're just gonna have to see what's going on with Qist in however long. But I feel like hunter kits, and I guess to an extent survivor kits right now, we've got it just feels they just feel like very over bloated, like not very simple. But I mean, to be fair, I'm a lizard main. I know what 3 buttons
Yep.
do, and that's all I need to know. Like
3 button
I
win
feel
game.
like yeah, I don't think with a lot of complexity. I kind of just okay, jump, hit, jump, crash. That's all I
Yep.
do.
Yep.
So as soon as we've got hunters where it's like, okay, well you have to press this button, then another button, and then you get the vine, and then well after you do the vine, you have to press another 3 buttons, and then you get the hitbox, and also you can walk through walls, and also you can do this and that, and
Oh
there's
yeah,
like
but
a
don't forget
damage
you have
here, and a
stats to
trap
manage.
there, and there's a little bit of everything. We're just gonna put a little bit of everything in the soup, and we're gonna call it a day. I'm the Nighty chef. Woohoo! But I don't know where I'm going with this bit, but it's
Yep.
it's fun to figure out how to go against, but it's a little overwhelming.
Yeah, definitely. I took one look at Escapologist Kit and loved him because he's just a Ripper counter, and I cannot kite Ripper for the life of me.
Yeah,
But
I'm like hit or miss on kiting Ripper, quite literally hit or miss on kiting Ripper, but I the fact that it's like, you know, I because you get in a rhythm of kiting Ripper, at least in the past. You were
yeah,
able to get in a rhythm of kiting Ripper. It's like, all right, I dodged the foggy, so now I have some time to transition. Nope,
yeah,
here's another
yeah. No,
foggy.
no.
Here's
With
nope,
this, with
hit.
yep. Nope. There's another. Nope. 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 Oh, you run
It's
away. No,
raining
you're not.
foggies. Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
thought you were free?
no,
Here's
no,
another
no.
foggy.
Take
It's been
another
8
chip.
seconds. Good luck.
Oh, you think you can dodge a whole foggy? Nope, you're dodging only half of one. Get ready for another.
Yep. And it's like because initially I was like, all right, we got chip damage. Chip damage Ripper. I feel like, you know, I was skeptical. I was very skeptical because I was like,
Also,
how is that gonna work?
yeah, they explained it
Because
really weirdly.
yeah, like the phrasing of it, like all of the Ripper mains that I know were like, oh my god, like this is not a buff, this is a nerf, we're all gonna die. Like
Yeah.
it was literally like I had friends like holding a funeral, not like literally, but just absolute despair. And then it came out, and then everybody was like, oh,
Oh, he's kind of crazy now.
yeah,
Oh,
he's kind of absolutely cracked.
wait, he's viable now. What?
Yep.
But yeah. So Ripper, I haven't I've still gone against a few of him. I haven't banned him in ranked because I'm not that salty, but
I've seen a
also
few bans go through. I have
I've
seen a
also
few Ripper
I've
bans
seen a
go
few.
through.
I whenever I'm hunter ranking or whenever I have hunter ranked this season, I in I think I've done about 10 games. I need to lock in for my rank later. But I've done about 10 games and I think about 7 of them have had a Ripper ban.
Wow. Yeah. No, I'm actually see, I I've been kind of like casually hunter ranking this season. I took a season off last season because I was like, I kind of want to D-rank, and then I D-ranked too much, and I was like, I feel naked in Saber. But so
Right?
I'm like
Right?
casually, I'm like, I need to get my Manticore back at least. All right,
That's
I can't be a Saber. I feel like
me
I'm
with
like
Cyclops. That's
disrespecting
me with
myself.
Cyclops. I feel
Yeah,
like if I get too low, because if I stay in Manticore, then I'm gonna go down to Saber, and I'm like, well, I don't want to go down to Saber, so I'm like, I gotta rank up to Manticore to make up for that.
Yeah, but like I was playing last night, and I there was this team. It's because I'm a lizard main. I play a little bit of hermit. I play a little bit of gamekeeper lately. I'm not very good at gamekeeper. I'm figuring this out. But we're trying, you know. And it's see, okay, I say I'm not very good at gamekeeper, but it's really just I haven't been playing gamekeeper for 5 years straight. And that's what I've been doing with Lizard. So like I play Lizard, I can do this with my eyes closed. I play Gamekeeper and I feel like I'm like a baby again. Like toddling around with my little hook, like trying to hit survivors and they just run like 2 feet away and I'm like, oh, okay.
That was
Auto
me
aim is a
trying to learn
lie.
Goatman. That was me trying to learn
Oh my
Goatman.
god. I can't. I've tried. I can't. My brain doesn't work backwards like that.
I couldn't I can barely I can play him. Does that mean I comprehend him? Not really.
Yeah.
My biggest issue playing with him is that I just got dizzy playing him. Like I was like I know the map. I know the map like the back of my hand. Like I could tell you like where each barrel is. But then as soon as I lock in Goatman, it's like what where am I?
It's like learning how to walk again. You put on the training weights and then you take them off and it's like, oh. But
That's been me with every meta hunter after like they've gotten out of that like super meta ban like perma ban kind of phase.
Yep. Ivy with the
Ivy,
with the post
Opera.
nerfs.
Yeah.
I remember initial Ivy. I played initial Ivy and I was like, wow, this is
Oh my God.
crazy. And then
She was
just got
crazy.
shot in the legs and shot in the legs again.
Nettie's took her out back. It was very sad.
But yeah, I got this team.
She performed relatively well.
Oh no, I've been trying to learn her. I'm so bad. It's because I don't know how to play Dream Witch, and not being able to play Dream Witch.
No.
Ivy's kind of the same thing with the same switches, and my brain again. I'm too slow for this. I can't do that fast. But the oh my god, yeah, I got a team last night, and it was I'm like watching these survivors lock in, and I got forward, antiquarian. Oh my god, who was the other one? It was basically like 3 stunners and a meteorologist. And I was like, what if I just go wax artist? Excitement wax artist with insolence. And I was like, this might as well happen. Like you know when that happens, when you see a comp and you're just like, all right, this may as well happen. But it actually I got a 4K and I don't play wax artist, so I feel like
I did see that you know like something about the
yeah,
meta strats actually
like,
work.
This happened. Well, I didn't expect it to work. I was like, well, because I like, you know, when you're I was on Chinatown, so I was like, okay, so this might actually work out for me. But like 3 harassers and
Oh my god, dude. I can't
and a meteorologist has been annoying. Meteorologist is annoying. I understand that she is incredibly difficult to play, especially on mobile. However, when she's actually played well,
yeah, I have a confession. I also had to start locking in the wax artist whenever I saw those big harasser teams.
yo,
Like I want to work on my feaster badge, but like I don't really want to go against a team of like a cowboy, antiquarian, and like archer.
that was the other survivor. The other survivor was a cowboy.
Oh my god, I can't stand cowboy anymore. I can't stand cowboy anymore.
I almost lost the match because of that cowboy too, because he managed to get like the lasso. I was spamming the button to get the meteorologist in her last chair, and then the cowboy rescued her, and I was like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I see one cipher remaining. I was like, no, please.
No.
But it worked out. It worked out in the end. I don't know how. I couldn't tell you, but it worked out in my favor.
I will always stand by the fact that when people said that Cowboy's like rework was a nerf, like with
I'm waiting for him to become meta. I'm waiting for him to become meta again. I'm waiting for people to understand.
Yeah, Insta Lasso, like people don't understand how crazy Insta Lasso is, no matter if they like get healed up or anything. It's still
yeah, it can absolutely game changing.
Because now you can't mind game the lasso anymore, especially because you can change it so your carry effects don't go through to the survivors anymore.
Oh yeah. I thought it was like the survivors can turn it off so they can't see it.
Yeah, the survivors turn it off.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's
like
no,
decent at cowboy mind gaming sometimes because he was my first main, so like I know because a lot of cowboys still can't really do the instant lasso. I've
yeah,
noticed a lot of them like still
me. I do that.
pause. I mean, I'm sure I would too because I haven't played him, and genuinely, I don't think I've touched Cowboy since 2021, and he's still like one of my most played characters. I played a lot of Cowboy when I first started. Could I lasso rescue? No, but that's beside the point. I was a very bad Cowboy when I first started playing. I just thought he was fun. Um,
Well, in like
but
2021, that was
it was
prime
it was
cowboy.
right after he got nerfed.
Yeah.
Like right
Yep.
after they
Right.
took away the
Yeah.
instant lasso.
Yeah.
And I
Prime
remember everybody was
cowboy.
like, "He's terrible now.
He's
He's
terrible. He's terrible.
unplayable."
Unplayable. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I because I vaguely remember this because I don't think I was playing as much back in 2021, but I was already playing during that time. But it was just it's just like history repeats itself because people were complaining about the same things when Cowboy got nerfed the first time.
Yup.
And then when he got adjusted, people were like, "He's unplayable. He's like, you can't play him anymore. Like, what's the point if they don't get to half health and like yada yada?" And it's like, this is we're just going back in time.
Yep. I mean, it's the endless loop. I feel like we're back when First Officer got his adjustment that ended up making him
Oh,
meta, but
his like
nobody.
crazy buff.
Yeah, when he got like his little midi tide and his decoding debuff got better, and nobody noticed for like 2 more years. I feel like we're
And
on
then
that
all of
same
a
path
sudden,
with
yeah,
Cowboy.
and then all of a sudden, everyone started locking in First Officer because it was like, whoa, you
Yep.
can't get hit out of watch anymore. Like you still keep your watch. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh my god, I get 3 shakes out of this thing now?
I get to play the game normally. No, because I admit
It's a wonderful thing.
First Officer was kind of bad before he got his buff. But
Yeah. All right. It looks like we are heading towards round 1 here. Thank you all again for your patience. We have had a little bit of a delay with the teams, but everything seems to be in order now. So we are heading into the band pick phase. We've got Rui Potatoes on the hunter side. WWW surviving first. Might be the opposite.
oh yeah, like a WW.
Yeah, okay. Okay, WWW hunting, and Rui Potatoes surviving. Yeah, once again, we do have our global bans set up for the future rounds, and we are doing best of 5 for our finals. So we'll be here for a while. But
It's gonna be a hot minute. So while we're still waiting, get your snacks, get your drinks, anything to get comfortable here.
yes, we do. I believe we do have intermission
Yes,
after round 3.
after round
So
two.
we will have a
Round
little
two?
bit after round 2.
I think it's round 2.
Round 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we've got intermission after round 2, so you'll have a little bit extra time to get your snacks, get your drinks in order, but do get those in order now before we make our way into the matches. Looks like we've got, psychologist as well as puppeteer
Yes,
for our bands, and Seer and Embalmer are going to be selected first. Embalmer, this is bold. This is really
that's
bold, but I
really
like
for a
it.
first round. I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
Yeah, first round we've got the Embalmer. Embalmer round 1 we've been seeing a little bit more often, but Seer as that second pick is absolutely that's an aggressive pick, and that's what we like to see. And Enchantress for our third.
So
Enchantress locking out Enchantress now. Yeah, first
well,
officer,
expecting the
yeah.
hullabaloo, I think the Enchantress is a good solid
True,
pick,
yeah.
especially because as how good as she's been performing recently, just been against that hullabaloo, just play
Ooh.
better to play safe. Oh, we seeing a knight coming out.
Yep, and just as a refresher, first 3 picks of the match, will be global banned in future rounds, so no more Embalmer, no more Seer, no more Enchantress, which I feel like it's a very bold strategy to come into round 1 with these strong picks, and clearly, you know, we do have the rest of the 50+ survivor roster to go through.
Yep.
But yeah, having these locked out, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Rui Potatoes kind of works with this. They do have working in their advantage that Knight pick, so Knight will be reusable. We can see him in any other round. And that's a pretty big one though, because we've seen a lot of Knight bans kind of cropping up as well. He's been very strong, especially against the Hullabaloo Goatman. If he's able to get those predictions in right, it could be pretty detrimental with that skill lock. So I'm excited to see if we're able to see this Knight kind of get used to his full potential, and also if he escapes ban jail in future rounds.
That's true. Whenever you see Knight come up, it's always a hit or miss because you need to like. I think Knight players need to know how the Hunter works, because then that's how you like properly
Yes.
predict someone.
Absolutely, yes. Whoa! Oh!
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 Wait. Able
You know
to,
what I mean.
yeah, I know.
The spikes.
Yeah. All right, this is going to be round 1, first half, starting with WWE Hunting and Rui Potato surviving. My name is Sam, and I'm joined here with 206 Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. Oh, we've got the logic path here or no, that's not logic.
No, not the logic path. That was from the.
It's from the forward essence.
Yes, speed skating.
Matches with the logic path for Axe Boy. But a little bit of winter wonder here in our nearly late summer spring tournament. Looks like we've actually trapped Knight a little bit, but beautiful attack predict going through, looking for that skill predict as well, and that is
double predict,
double success. Oh, but Knight is going to take a hit, not quite able to get to that window, and with that spike, he will be at 3/4 health. Are we going to stay on him? No, it looks like we are going to switch targets here to the Enchantress, who was just decoding that cipher right outside.
You unfortunately do take a really early spike, but being able to dodge that wheel, taking a second spike.
Yep, and it looks like Insolence is all... Oh no, I think Insolence is in effect here, so we're just looking for that trap. Unfortunately, not quite able to get it over the tables here in the restaurant, but looking for Enchantress. We don't have Blink here, so this loop is gonna be pretty good, but carrying Excitement is going to negate a lot of those stats.
The owl comes out! Beautiful owl from the Seer! We're gonna be seeing that Enchantress just get her 3-stack. We're gonna be seeing... Oh, and we're gonna see the Excitement come out to counter that 3-stack.
Yeah, but nicely done with that pallet. Unfortunately, not quite able to break it. Oh, and not able to break it with the dash either, allowing Enchantress to get just a little bit more distance. She does have 3 stacks now, though, and the snap is up, so we could see that go through. But she hasn't taken any hits yet, so we are looking for the traps. Out of the trap!
Cancel the trap! Oh my gosh!
Oh. Really great work from this Enchantress. She is out of stacks for now, but just continuing to loop this area, and Breaking Wheel just can't catch up to her.
Looks like we're gonna finally, we're gonna finally get that trap, but we got Cypher at 44% here. We got one just about to finish actually, and one finished by our Embalmer already.
Yeah, I will say Cyphers are a little bit behind because of the Knight taking a hit and then being healed up as well. No Psychologist to really make that healing process fast, but having the Knight healed up does mean that he can come in for this rescue. And we will be seeing that he's going to take a chip hit here. A little bit dangerous, especially since he is at... Oh!
And manages to get the rescue off, not hitting the Enchantress. Oh, we're going to be seeing Knight go down E, though, even with that protection. Just getting double spiked means he's going to be taking twice as much damage. Can Enchantress... Oh! Oh! Cancels the attack recovery! Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, really well done here from Breaking Wheel, just taking advantage of this kind of lapse in momentum here from the Survivor team. That is a double down. Knight does still have Flywheel. Unfortunately, not quite going to be able to use it yet. And we've switched to Peepers, taking out that excitement.
Oh, Knight using his...
for Enchantress not to get rescued. Ooh.
Knight using his sticker to get up quickly, but just making distance. That gives enough time for our Seer to come in for the rescue.
Yeah, it looks like Breaking Wheel just didn't see the Seer, so Enchantress will be rescued, and a beautiful attack predict here is going to just impede the Breaking Wheel a moment longer, but we will be switching targets back over to the Enchantress, really utilizing the mobility of the Breaking Wheel here. She is going to take one spike here, but that is going to give her that 3-stack, and Breaking Wheel has switched off Excitement. And yep, that 3-stack is just going to go through. Enchantress using the window to gain a lot more distance here. Out of stuns for now, but she just has to keep that distance up and try to avoid the snap.
Oh, just got in range. Unfortunately, we don't have a Prime Cypher, so we will be seeing Enchantress be sent back to Banner here.
Yeah, but the Survivors are in a pretty good position. We do have Embalmer here, hasn't used that Coffin yet, can definitely use it on any of his teammates. Seer as well, doesn't quite have an Owl yet. Did use that on Enchantress, and it looks like we are going to go for Embalmer here. He's going to take 2 spikes immediately. Oh! Running into the trap, and
Flywheel coming out! Beautiful dodge from the Embalmer. Oh, unfortunately gets put right into the trap. Beautiful trap placement from that Poland.
Yeah, really well done there. The mind game with that heavy hit, just going back and forth there. But ultimately, Embalmer is going to go down. We're going to just leave him on the ground here and looking for that Seer, trying to get at least 1 spike in here. Seer doing a great job of dodging. He also has Flywheel that we might see come into play. And yep, we
beautiful Flywheel to dodge that.
Yep, not getting spiked here, and also not going to see the trap. No Owl in play, so just going to go right for that heavy hit. Nicely done. Yeah. Final ciphers are hard at work. Seer doesn't have borrowed time though, so they will need to be mindful of that.
Yeah, so our last cipher's at 70%, so if this Seer can just last a little bit longer, it looks like we're going to be taking that second spike though, so we're probably going to be seeing maybe our Embalmer. Nope, Embalmer does not have borrowed time, which is a bit unfortunate considering our Knight is on the last cipher.
Yep,
We could have pop it.
Yep, they are just gonna go ahead and pop it. Seer is in basement here as well. Does have an Owl though, so if they do come for the rescue, it's definitely something that they can pull off, but they may just try to go for the gates. Then again, it is a Breaking Wheel, and we are seeing that pressure immediately through the middle of the map. It looks like we have caught the Knight. Now he doesn't have detention, so it's
beautiful Flywheel and Pallet's done!
Wow, really well done from the Knight. And that exit gate is nearly open. Is he going to... Okay, no, we are just going to continue the pursuit, but I don't think... Are we going to be able to cut them off in time? Knight with no more helmets, and he is just going to be able to get...
Beautiful tie.
Wow. Very well done here from both sides, really, to just secure that tie. But really well done from Rui Potato Survivors to just keep that together. You know, that was a lot of pressure in the early game from the Breaking Wheel, immediately getting that 3/4 damage on the Knight and then switching targets right away to that Enchantress to try and impede that Cypher Rush. But just great pressure overall from the Survivors to, I mean, against a map control hunter like Breaking Wheel, that is so difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And then being able to see some of those flywheels in mind games just come out against that Poland, it was just, I was flabbergasted. My hair, like the hairs out of my armor is standing up. I got goosebumps. Oh my gosh.
Those flywheels were incredibly timed, especially the back and forth there with that Embalmer. I really want to highlight just using the, trying to bait out the flywheel, getting flywheel, then immediately just, you know, as soon as that flywheel's out, what's he going to do? Flywheel the trap?
Nope, you don't got another one.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
very well done. And always fun to see, off meta picks in that first round, especially when we do have the Global Hunter system. So that leaves both Hullabaloo and Goatman open for the second round for WWW, which means that, of course, Rui Potato survivors have to ban either or. They can't ban both. So yeah, very, very well done. Of course, it is a tie, which means that Rui Potato's Hunter will be coming up next and can absolutely shift the tide in favor of their team. However, WWW survivors can also do the exact same thing and push for that 3-man, 4-man escape. Try to, bring it back around.
yeah, definitely. Especially just like as you were saying, seeing those off meta picks on like Chinatown of all maps, a really strong map for both hunters and survivors. Like we normally see something like Goatman kind of that first round or like even that Hullabaloo, but being able to see that breaking wheel come out, we haven't seen in tournament in forever now. It's really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I always love seeing just the odd picks that we can get. And I mean, looking forward as well, not having the Enchantress as well as the Seer. Seer being globally banned is huge actually, because that means that frees up a ban slot for the Hunter
Super
for
strong ban slot.
yeah,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
WWW Hunter. You don't have to ban Seer. You don't have to ban Embalmer. You don't have to ban Enchantress, and we're looking at Goatman and Hullabaloo, so it's very
Yeah,
very advantageous.
especially with how well Enchantress has been performing against Hullabaloo. It's just at that point you're just like you're not able to use that Enchantress against Hullabaloo. You got to find better alternatives as to how you're gonna fight that Hullabaloo later rounds or even Goatman.
All right, so we are having a little bit of. It looks like we may not have enough survivors from WWW to continue these rounds. So we're waiting on that for the moment. Just a very unfortunate situation here.
Yeah, unfortunately we've been trying to figure out what's going on, but we will keep you guys updated as we get information coming in.
Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, think of some conversation topics.
Ooh, how do we feel? We already talked about Mr. Escapologist just over here. How are we
Mr.
feeling about
Bald.
Mr. Bald? How are we feeling about the other two characters that just got
I
revealed?
really like the Lanternist. I am so excited for the Lanternist.
I'm also very excited for, especially because
She
of
looks
her,
awesome.
especially
I'm
because
just
her
oh no, go
connections
ahead.
with the cat cult.
Yes,
Yes, the little cat cult
yes.
teaser in her poster.
Yup.
Oh my
Not only the
gosh,
cat cult though, but we might actually be getting photographer lore for the first time in like
that's
what, like
true.
the entirety of the game, really. What's crazy though actually is that my friend was like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if Joseph is connected to the cat cult because of his like, like the whole immortality stuff. And then, well,
I,
they just said that the Lanternist is going to have connection to both
The photographer. Yeah.
and obviously, you know, all of the catcall imagery in her like splash art. I'm just really excited that we're getting these more diverse designs for the Survivor side. Like
Yes.
we've got Mr. Bald, literally Mr. Bald, like he looks awesome. And then Lanternologist.
Lanternologist.
It just happens. I'm
There's
telling
too
you.
many,
Okay.
too many ologists.
Too many
Too many
ologists. I do think that the worst name that's come out of the new batch is Qist. What is that? What is a
Qist.
Qist?
Oh my
Just
God.
a pool player. Like
Just pool player. We have like
it's just so awkward. It's like the 3 vowels in a row.
yeah, I don't get it.
UEI.
I don't get it.
How do we pronounce that?
Qist.
Qist. Like it just doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, it really doesn't.
Okay. Unpopular opinion. I don't think the design is that bad. I think that the splash art just doesn't do it justice.
I think that as well. Honestly, I will always
looking better in game.
I say this with everything that they drop in terms of posters. I always wait to see the in-game because that's what we're gonna see the most. If the poster looks bad, okay, that's a bad first impression of it, but that doesn't mean his like model is gonna be turning out horrible. But
exactly, yeah.
I do have my own gripes, but he's not as horrible as people make him out to be.
I feel like people are just, and like I do honestly, I do think that like people are kind of just tired of the like this design convention for the hunters where we're getting like, and I do agree. I do agree a little bit. Like we're getting these hunters that are like, he reminds me of Hullabaloo, you know? He reminds me of Hullabaloo in design. Like he's got like the fool's gold leg going on, and it like I feel like the design convention is a little bit tired, but like we also did just get Peddler, who looks awesome.
Yes.
So it's not completely over. And the Survivor designs just look so cool. Like looking at
they had to balance it out somehow. They had to have one bad
they had to balance
one bad apple in the bunch.
There has to be one mid design. And after we've been getting like banger after banger after banger, like Goatman. I honestly like Hullabaloo's design. I feel like in terms of like the like weirdly skinny hunter with like big head and like, you know, those proportions, I feel like Hullabaloo pulls it off the best. Like that's what Hullabaloo should look like. The other hunters that look like Hullabaloo, but I like Hullabaloo's like decrepit Jack in the Box design. I've always I've always been scared of Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played it, but like conceptually, I think it's awesome, and like Hullabaloo reminds me of that. So like, I like Hullabaloo's design.
Oh, especially because of like the noises he makes when he auto attacks. Yes, oh my gosh, yes.
I
kind of springy mechanical sound.
Yes, I hate the sound, but I like it in concept because it's like I like that he's not.
That's
real.
creepy. That's creepy.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's creepy as hell. I love it.
Oh my gosh, when I saw Hullabaloo's design, I absolutely loved his design because I was like that fits Hullabaloo. That's like what I think about if I was thinking about Hunter Acrobat. And albeit I hate going against him, but he is just really such a well-designed hunter, in my opinion, especially for an identity switch. It's like, I just look at him and I'm like, that's Hunter Acrobat. Like that's what he would look like.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a hater. I'll admit to that.
I'm a hater.
I like Fool's Gold on paper. Like a paper description of Fool's Gold, if you were like, the concept here is that Alice is seeing him and going, oh, you have a pretty smile. It is so empty underneath.
Yeah.
Like, I love that concept. Does it come across visually? I mean, it's there. Like, I can see where they were going with it, but like, I understand, you know, there's a balance that has to be struck between like a design concept and also a little bit of fan service.
A little bit of fan service.
Maybe a little bit more than a little bit of fan service in this case. But I mean, like, I just I think I saw a post yesterday that was like, when are we gonna get more Hunter to Survivor ID swaps? And honestly, I agree. Like, I think
do
we should get
agree
more of those.
because
I like
we
the
got
Survivor to Hunter swaps, but like the designs that we've gotten out of the Hunter to Survivor swaps have all, well, I have beef with Professor, but that's because he's not my lizard. Other than
yeah
that,
yeah.
um,
He's not lizard enough. But yeah, I do agree. I would love to see more Hunter to Survivors, especially just because of the fact that, well, I'm a Hunter main and I would like to play Survivor more, and having those like familiar characters put into Survivor
yes.
form. That I think that's I would love to see Survivor Haster, but at the same time,
I was gonna say,
I would be horrified to see Survivor Haster.
what are your thoughts on Arthur Byers, on potential Arthur Byers Survivor?
Mr. Arthur Byers. Oh man. I listen. They better
If we're
at
gonna
least
get the last
they
pieces
better
of lore.
if they add him as a survivor, they better do him good.
Yeah.
I when I heard that he has, well, I mean, considering he's been a pretty important character in terms of like, well, obviously like lore in terms of like like Haster's lore especially, it's been he's been one of the characters that I've been like looking forward to maybe being added to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, me too. I've also I do.
Oh, it
Oh,
looks like we're moving
oh,
on.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yay.
All right.
All right. So we did we're heading into the second half of round 1. Thank God we were able to get another survivor for WWW. Yeah, that's great news. So yeah, I guess we should work towards getting back on topic now.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you all for bearing with us. And thank you as well to the staff who's been keeping things together behind the scenes. You guys are carrying this tournament on your backs, so thank you all.
Yes, yes. And it looks like our bands, we're going to be starting out with the Seer and Mechanic. Is that a mechanic? Yeah, that is the mechanic. Yeah, we're going to be starting out with the Seer and Mechanic. Obviously, like two very strong picks, as we just saw that Seer last round. Unfortunately, just not that strong against a wheel, but still a very strong first round pick against especially some of these hunters like Goatman.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Mechanic, as much as she has been nerfed, she's still very strong, being able to decode with her bot, kite with her bot.
Yep, and just having that extra body on the field can be, we've seen time and time again, it's just such a strong pick. Before our first two survivors, looks like we've got the first officer and magician here. Magician?
Oh.
I feel like we might be preparing for another off-meta selection, which, you know, Rui Potato Survivor or Rui Potato's Hunter can always see that and go, okay, well, we're gonna go meta now. But I mean, Magician, I feel like he's, as long as he's able to kite well, I feel like he is very strong. Especially with the recent buff that he got, being able to place those decoys while interacting with other objects and not having to deal with the animation interruption anymore. I feel like that's been very strong for him. So yeah, I feel like kind of low. What's the term? Like low floor, high ceiling, in terms of magician. Yeah,
I think that's the right way to describe him.
yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like we are going to be seeing the puppeteer ban just getting rid of one of those tanks. Like we're going to probably be seeing just one of those hunters that is has a hard time dealing with those that survivability. But it looks like we are going to do the psychologist be picked as a
Mhm.
counter to that puppeteer ban.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised to see. Well, I guess, you know, you could expect a psychologist ban to come next and you still want to get her on the field. But, you know, having a psychologist has been a very common fourth pick, not necessarily a third pick. So it's interesting to see her get globally banned right away here. I mean, obviously, definitely a very strong pick. Can naturally take 3 hits and also distance heal from all the way across the map, and that's been extraordinarily strong. So yeah, interesting to see what WWW survivors will kind of continue with in that case, because not having that psychologist unlock for future rounds. But a very strong pick here, and our final survivor pick is going to be the novelist, so he will be reusable in future rounds, and that is a very exciting pick for me. I do love seeing novelist gameplay, and he's just been so strong since that rework.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's actually seen. Well, he was banned in other koas because of his skill lagging the hunters.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, well, it was initially because he could swap like POV with the hunters and also swap with survivors. I think the main issue was that he could swap with other survivors, and it was like, you don't want to be kiting for your teammate.
Yeah.
So I think that's why he was initially in like locked in ban jail.
Purgatory.
But
He was just
yeah,
purgatory.
They would have him on the ban chair, or like on the ban chair, just tied up in the corner all the time. But he's been freed now that all he does is swap instead of actually possessing.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully he's, and honestly, I personally believe that the swap mechanic is very strong. It's more
It's so
self-sufficient.
strong.
It puts him in a more self-sufficient kind of spot, because old novelist, you needed to have more coordination with your team, especially if you wanted to do something like pallet stun. You needed to have someone nearby, because you weren't able to control your own body. So if the hunter moved you away from the pallet, you just put him in the pallet for no reason.
Yep, that's exactly what I used to do against old novelists. Is I would just like, what are you gonna like? Okay, you're controlling me away from you. I'm just gonna run after myself.
Right.
Like, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, at that point, because there were, I vaguely, very vaguely, because it was a long time ago when it was old novelist. The strat you always did as survivor was crouch and then swap with the hunter.
Yep.
And then they would have to uncrouch. Yep, they would have to uncrouch, and then they'd have to follow you, but they'd be put behind.
When did they even like overhaul that? Because yep, we've got our goat man.
Yep.
Our classic goat man.
Yeah. Honestly, against this team, it might be a bit tough for the goat man if he gets mind game, but especially about that like magician. But being able to shut down that psychologist really quickly is going to be really important for our goat man here.
Yeah, getting psychologist out of the way, possibly even first officer here. We are kind of in position to at least intercept first officer, force out a watch early on. I feel like that could be very effective for an early game strategy. But yeah, we've got magician, psychologist here. I feel like novelist is definitely give or take against Goatman. He can be very effective, but this you can kind of just go swap for swap again with Goatman because of the cages.
Yeah. All with all these survivors, it's just about mind games you want to play. Like first officer, you get to go invisible with your watch, but at the same time, if you get hit in that cage, you're kind of at that point you're wasting your ability that you could be using to rescue. Unfortunately, psychologist, you just have to rely on your own raw kiting, or just avoid being that first chase, which is what we're going to be seeing with that spawn in the hotel. Just trying to avoid the hunter for as long as possible.
Yeah, especially if she is able to avoid the hunter and then come in for that, yeah, like you were saying, that post-rescue support can definitely be really strong. But yeah, she will have to just stay out of the way, and Goatman can, as soon as he gets enough resentment, can just traverse, huge portions of the map. But we are heading in here, round 1, second half, with Rui Potato's hunting, WWW surviving. I'm 206 Bones, here with Sam, and best of luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck. It's looking like we're heading straight for that psychologist again, just wanting to be able to shut her down early. Oh, maybe not.
Yep.
Oh, we're just pathing around, trying to. What are we doing?
Building up a little bit resentment here before committing to her, but she has just immediately going to stay on top of that hotel, not wanting to get seen. And it doesn't look like Goatman really knows where she's gone. You know, we do have Tinnitus in this area, but with her just hiding up in that corner, he's not going to be able to find her. So we are gonna see the first officer here in the middle, not going to chase him, and we're going to actually head over to the novelist, who is repping that Koa 8 skin. Nicely done here. And ooh, again, yep, there's the swap for swap here.
Ooh,
looking
seeing the flywheel come out.
Flywheel. And
We're seeing the swap come out.
Swap.
Oh, cage goes down just in time. Oh, we are going to be seeing the hit in the pallet. Beautiful cage from the Goatman there.
Yeah, not going to drop that pallet yet, just going to keep it up here. Goatman does have Blink as well. We're going to see the cage come through, looking to block off the Novelist, but oh, unfortunately not quite able to line that up. Novelist is going to stay on top here.
Oh, not just a drop hit.
Drop hit, wow. Oh, but Novelist is just stuck in that corner
Only
here with
takes
the
a chip hit.
Yup. Chip hit outside of the cage.
Blink coming out.
There's Blink.
Ooh.
Yep. Able to get out of the way of that. But that was a very long first containment here. We've got 4 ciphers already being worked on, and yep, there's 1 cipher popped, another 2 well on their way. So not bad start here for WWW survivors.
True. Looks like we honestly have about 3 ciphers done here. I believe our first officer's first cipher. Oh.
Yep. First officer is going to get hit out here, but Magician coming in from behind. Oh, and Goatman
barely misses the cage. Oh, no.
And we are going to see a pallet swap here.
No.
Nicely done from Novelist. A little classic maneuver there. And Goatman's pallet hit animation is just so long. So very well done. Going to get a good bit of distance here. Looking for another swap. But Goatman just going to come through with the cage right at the end of that tide turner. And Novelist will go down for his second share. We've got 2 ciphers remaining now. And both of them are being worked on a little bit. It looks like the ciphers have actually stalled here. Yep, Psychologist is going to get that distance heal up on first officer, allowing him to come in for the second rescue. And yeah, ciphers, I would say, yeah, we can definitely just let Novelist marinate on chair here. First officer come in at the last second, as long as he's able to stay hidden. It looks like he is crouching here, giving Tinnitus, but not quite detected just yet.
Now, if we are able to get this stall on long enough, we're going to be seeing the hit coming in. Our Novelist does have borrowed time, so if he's able to last long enough for the Goatman, against this Goatman, we're going to be seeing... Oh, beautiful swap, being able to go back. Nice job. Ooh, gets to the pallet just in time.
Yep, but now it's just the mind game, knowing that if the Novelist is able to make eye contact here, we're looking at a stun, but oh, cage!
Oh, but we're gonna, still gets mind game either way. We're gonna be seeing the Novelist go down just before the cipher is ready, which is super unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate here for Novelist, but a beautiful containment nonetheless. We're looking at a prime cipher heading into a 3-man endgame here. Blink is still on cooldown, but Goatman almost off cooldown, and we do have Trump card available. Looks like we are just going to go ahead, pressure Psychologist into popping this cipher and just allowing that resentment to build. I believe we are going to go ahead and just wait for Blink to be off cooldown here. Being able to switch to teleport right away. Oh, and Psychologist is just going to go ahead and pop that.
Oh!
She has been cornered by the cage.
Yeah.
We do have teleport. Oh, it looks like we are just going to go ahead and teleport right away.
However, our first officer does have both watches still. Our Goatman just instead opting to leave. Yep, we're going to be seeing the Magician come in here. Just giving it that Psychologist enough time to self-heal.
Oh,
beautiful!
Nice game. Wow, really impressive there from Magician, just trying to contain as long as possible. Once again, survivors do need a tie in order to keep things tied up here. Very, very well done. Just kind of hanging out around the edge of that Goatman hitbox.
Oh, we're not going to see that final one
down. First officer's gate is open though. Psychologist back on her feet.
Is our Psychologist able to make it across? We might be seeing that cage come out here soon, so will our Psychologist thinking about going for the rescue? Oh, blood trail spotted. Unfortunately for our psychologist, she's going to be going down here. Now, Magician does still have his passive trait where he goes invisible after being rescued, and our first officer is going to be getting that rescue off, hopefully. Oh no! We're going to be seeing the 4-man elimination for... Oh my gosh.
What? Huh?
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 Beautiful cage, but oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Wow. Just yeah. That's a 4-man elimination there for No, what just happened?
Oh my! So much just happened in like the
Oh my
last 30
God.
seconds.
Yeah, just coming in. That's the thing. You just cannot take any chances around that Goatman cage. One false step, and what could have been a tie or even just a 1-man escape reduced down to a 4-man elimination. That is very unfortunate for WWW survivors, but a huge lead here for Rui Potatoes.
Yeah, beautifully played by everyone, especially at that mind game with the magician there. Like just being able to use such good use of that wand. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to stall long enough for that psychologist to reach gate, but
Yeah, but again, obviously really well played by Goatman as well, being able to take advantage of the, and that's what matters. Every mistake made by the Survivor team was just taken advantage of by the Goatman, and that's what you need to do as a hunter, especially in this meta where survivors working together can be your greatest downfall. Any misstep, any misclick, any, the moment that something is not quite timed perfectly, that is the time to strike, and that is exactly what this Goatman did.
yes, exactly. And honestly, just being able to to be able to spot those mistakes, being able to know exactly what to do when you need to make up for those mistakes. It's one of the most important things and but hardest things about playing Hunter, especially in competitions like this.
Yep. And yeah, unfortunately, due to the delays, WWW did have a 2-point penalty, so we are looking at a 7-0 score in favor of WWW. Or no, in favor of Rui Potatoes, my bad. I'm looking at the WWW on my screen, but yep, that is Rui Potatoes 7 points and WWW with 0 points, unfortunately, due to the delays. But I mean, that just means we still have best of 5, so WWW can absolutely bring things back around in round 2, round 3, round 4. We've seen this happen time and time again. We've seen it both in unofficial and an official tournament. We've had teams come back from losing the first 2 rounds and coming to win the last 3. So anything is possible. We are still only in round 1, and the floor is open coming into round 2.
Yeah, definitely. And getting to on our survivor picks, getting to see that first officer just manage his items really well, being able to keep that watch until endgame. Honestly, just as much as unfortunate as that end turned out, it was just very good item management. Not overusing his items, not just giving that Goatman what he wants, which is survivors to waste their abilities to take advantage of just their lack of items.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the discipline from that magician was really, really impressive, especially with Goatman, because Goatman hitbox is just so like it has that edge to it. It has that long edge on the outside that can just catch you
Yes.
so easily. And not the lack of flinching from that magician was just so just so impressive there, really able to just, you know, not flinch and not give that decoy out a little early. It was unfortunate that we weren't able to see that final decoy come into play, but yeah, just really well done. The discipline of the survivor team.
Yeah, definitely. But especially with the fact that we see our Goatman round 1 being global banned, it means we could possibly see a Hullabaloo. Actually, no, since Goatman was played, we won't be seeing a
Yep.
Hullabaloo because we'll most likely be banned. But that opens up
Yeah.
our next matchup to characters like the Shadow or Opera Singer. But however, on WWW side, we still have both Goatman and Hullabaloo open.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like it's kind of a double-sided sword because we were able to see that 4-man elimination versus a tie in round 1 from
Definitely.
the non-meta hunter pick to the meta hunter pick. There, you know, meta exists for a reason, but it is always, not only is it always fun to see an off-meta pick, but it can also, you know, really catch the survivors off guard. Unfortunately, it did seem like Rui Potato survivors were very well prepared for that. You know, having that flywheel on pretty much every member of the team, I believe. I think everyone except for that Enchantress, unfortunately, did have flywheel in that round. So
Enchantress had a broken
I don't even want to know what it would have been like if Enchantress had flywheel. She did so well.
She did very well.
On that
Yeah.
kite. Having like the no borrowed time. If we had gone with a Sui build on her, I feel like that would have been just absolutely, you know, chewing on that breaking wheel.
Yeah, 100%. It's just honestly with how well that Enchantress dodged like the breaking wheel's traps, it just with Flywheel being able to dodge that spike, especially around the stairs, getting if she was able to flywheel that and loop around that area for just a bit longer, we could have possibly even seen like a 3-man escape.
Yeah, and that it can always I just tried to say a lot of words at once and none of them came out. But I mean, heading into the future rounds, you know, we do have Enchantress on the global bans, but that does leave us open for other harassers as well as other kiting focused characters. And I mean, it is. Oh, okay. So we're going to be on Eversleeping for round 2. So that again, that does open up our hunter pool quite a bit. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who Rui Potatoes decides to ban for those hunters, because both Goatman and Hullabaloo are very strong on this map. I would say probably Goatman on the ban list, and then just kind of tank the Hullabaloo and call it a day.
Yeah. Yeah, having that breaking wheel puts Rui Potatoes in a tough position because you got to choose either do we take the Hullabaloo or do we take the Goatman? Both like super strong picks, but personally, I'd leave the Hullabaloo open, especially on a map like Eversleeping, being one of Hullabaloo's admittedly weaker maps. Although he doesn't really have a weak map, but it's one of his weaker maps.
He can get tight kited on this map. I feel like that's and like it's easier to transition against him, especially since the nerf where he lost the dash and the distance got nerfed as well. I feel like that being taken into account does make him weaker on Eversleeping, but like there's still just so many open areas and so many corners as well. I mean, we saw last week that Hullabaloo was able to just catch a composer on the stairs in the corner, and there was just nowhere he could go, and there was nothing he could do. He was just trapped there forever. So there's definitely, you know, Hullabaloo always has potential, but I feel like the thing with Hullabaloo is that he is just so inconsistent because of the, you know, you're required to take 3 hits, or to give the 3 hits in order to get even just a little bit of damage. So I feel like with that in account, like obviously those 3 hits can stack very quickly as he gets presence, but coming into endgame, especially if, you know, we have no detention, which is very common with Hullabaloo, then the survivors can take advantage of it if they're able to coordinate well enough. And we have seen Rui Potato survivors are very coordinated. So if we end up seeing a Hullabaloo from WWW, then obviously, you know, he will need to keep that in mind. But it is Eversleeping Town, and there are quite a few hunters that are very strong at Eversleeping Town, and we have Seer, Enchantress, and Embalmer completely off the table. So I feel like we might see a comeback here from WWW if we end up, you know. I keep saying that I want to see a Hermit, and I keep not getting the Hermit that I want to see.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna put it out there one more time.
Maybe a hermit. It's maybe
okay. Well, maybe a hermit, because we are going to have that puppeteer and gravekeeper locked in first. So it looks like Rui Potato survivors are also listening to me, and going, "Oh, okay. You want to see hermit? We don't.
We don't. Yeah, exactly.
But these are also very good picks against Hullabaloo. So
Yeah, more
I
likely
feel
than
like
not, we're expecting that Hullabaloo to come out, especially since he's free. But
yeah, but also not using or not using the Hullabaloo here is possible. Okay, we're gonna have Coordinator as our third pick. Priestess has been banned as well. So yeah, I feel like just keeping in mind here that we are in best of 5 and WWW is behind. I feel like we might see Hullabaloo now just to, because he is just gonna get banned in every other round if he's not played. But I don't know, maybe we could see. Ooh, okay, so yeah, no Hermit. This is please don't go Hermit.
oh,
Um,
this would be really rough if we saw
yeah,
Hermit coming in.
but I feel like we can just see a Hermit next round. We can
Yeah,
just see a Hermit next round because we've got Gravekeeper and Puppeteer off the table, and Barmaid is rechargeable here or reusable here, but that's just one. It's one out of like 12 Hermit counters.
Yeah,
The other 6 bands here are anti-Hermit. So
yeah.
yep, okay, yep, we are gonna see that Hullabaloo coming out here from WWW.
Yeah, honestly, just leaving that Hullabaloo spot open, it's practically calling for them to play Hullabaloo. But it
Yeah,
does. This team comp is just really rough against a lot of hunters, especially with how
I feel like
tanky they
any
are.
hunter. Yeah, like
Honestly, yeah,
this is
it's
just
just
a strong comp.
they're just tanky.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got Puppeteer and Gravekeeper, and then we always got that Barmaid's healing.
I feel like if we just take a very aggressive approach going for Coordinator, trying to keep okay, we're gonna spawn in Graveyard here, so I would say Barmaid possible first target. If we're just take a very aggressive approach, but of course Barmaid's just going to rotate into Coordinator and then Hullabaloo's gonna get shot and then she's gonna be able to pull the drink off, etc. etc. But if we just go very, very aggressive and take good use of the red bomb area or the fire stage and not allow the survivors to use their items, I feel like this comp could possibly struggle against Hullabaloo, especially Puppeteer. If we're able to keep the Puppeteer in the red, not allow him to use any puppets, that could be very successful for Hullabaloo. But it's also the job of the Puppeteer to stay out of the fire zone and be able to use those puppets, as well as Coordinator. You don't want to get caught in the red, want to be able to use your gun. So yeah, I feel like this really is going to come down to the survivors' capability of just not allowing Hullabaloo to get that edge and really staying tight and coordinated here, and continuing their already lead from the first round. But yep, we are heading into round 2, first half. I'm 206 Bones here with Sam, and best of luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck, best of luck.
Just a few more seconds of the Eve loading screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna be going away soon.
Yo,
Which I'll be very sad about, but
you get your free skin?
oh, did everyone claim their free skin? I hope.
Yeah, make sure you claim your free skin before that's over. But we are gonna head into our first chase here. It looks like Gravekeeper are actually trying to get a little bit of damage on. Are we going to commit to him? Okay, looks like we are going to commit to him and just try to force out that shovel. Not sure if we're gonna stay on this trajectory, but all right, looks like we are just going to force him to waste his items. Got the red and the white, looking for the black. Yep, there we go. And playing around the tram.
Gravekeeper forced to take a hit because of that tram. That's really unfortunate. And the terror shot coming out. Full presence on the first chase. Oh my god.
Yeah, and ciphers are barely passing half, and that's exactly what I was saying. Hullabaloo just needs to come right out the gate swinging, and that's exactly what he's done. Beautiful early game from Hullabaloo, and just the aggression is it's here. Coordinator is going to get caught in the red area, not able to use her gun just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, like that Coordinator planned ahead of time, seeing how aggressive this Hullabaloo's playing. had to play against that with an early rotate. We're gonna take a hit though. Oh, Gravekeeper able to get his shovel off. Huge. Very important here.
Yep, we already have got 2 colors on,
Oh.
and yep, he is just down. Coordinator has been forced to rotate out of the area. We're actually carrying Abnormal on Hullabaloo, I've just noticed that. So not even with excitement here, definitely vulnerable, but with the aggression and, you know, just not allowing Coordinator to get close, not allowing any of these survivors to really, you know, take advantage of those skills. Really nice use of the clone there as well to try and sniff out where the survivors are coming from. We do have Tinnitus here. It looks like it is from Puppeteer. But yeah, I feel like it's just going to be Tinnitus here. They're not going to come in for the rescue because this Hullabaloo is just very, very aggressive. Oh, wow. Really good use of, even with the nerf distance.
We're gonna be seeing that Puppeteer get started with the chase. We're gonna opt to take the hit instead. We're just gonna try and opt to take that hit instead. Puppeteer playing around. We're gonna be seeing Undaunted come out, but unfortunately it just doesn't work out. Wasting another puppet, unfortunately.
Yeah, and if we're able to time this well, okay, we are just going to go ahead for the hit. Puppeteer now at half health.
Let's see. We're gonna be using our dash here.
Okay, nicely done with the stage switch. Trying to mind game out. Okay, Puppeteer is going to be able to get that last puppet out. We are just going to go ahead and go for the hit. Tram is here.
Oh.
That's a big waste of time, and it looks like Hullabaloo's actually just going to go ahead and switch targets. Really nice use of the Tram here for the survivors.
We're approaching that Coordinator, and now she does still have her gun. We're going to be seeing Abnormal come out, reducing that 70% Cypher down to 20. Object to chase for that Coordinator. Yep, we got vision on that Coordinator. Now, didn't get the fear stack. However, oh, beautiful gun!
It's the gun. Actually able to get the gun out, just barely missing the red stage there from the decoy.
Oh, are we gonna get to see the tramp? No, we're opting to kite in graveyard. Gets hit by the white stage. Oh, dodges the. Oh, beautiful flywheel! Well played. We're gonna be seeing that rotate around, trying to mind game around that stage. However, our stage rotation is on cooldown right now.
Yeah, just spending as much time as possible, staying out of the red. Just a few more seconds. Hullabaloo trying to... Okay, there we go. Yep, there's the stage rotation. Yep. But beautiful waste of time here for the survivors. That's all they need now is just time. As much time as they possibly can.
Especially
looks like Puppeteer has gotten that Dublin.
Yep. We got that Puppeteer on Dublin here. Now, Hullabaloo doesn't know where the Puppeteer is, but we're going to be trying to use that that clone to locate where the survivor is, spotting that Puppeteer.
Yep, caught out a little early. We do have 2 bombs already looking for the black and what a puppet due to the red stage. Puppeteer is going to get stuffed on that rescue barmaid. Now the only survivor left up. Cypher's not close enough at all to being primed. This is looking like a 4-man elimination. As long as Barmaid, well, if Barmaid's able to stay undetected here, we could see a 1-man escape, but with Hullabaloo, you know, you're just able to use that clone from pretty much anywhere on the map to find the survivors. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're heading in the right direction now, looking for Barmaid.
Staying in this, abandoned,
Yep, we've got Tinnitus now.
Yep. Oh, clone pointing down. Now it's on cooldown, however, for 15 seconds. If Barmaid is able to stall long enough and rotate over to that dungeon, we're going to be jumping up. Oh, are we checking the basement? We're checking the basement. Barmaid's successfully able to mind game the...
Yeah, Hullabaloo just does not know where Barmaid is.
We're gonna be seeing that Barmaid's still in the same location, but is she gonna be able to make it?
Oh! Do we know she's up there? We don't know she's up the way. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We finally saw her.
Yes, but we still have a Dublin, and no Durfin. We're gonna be seeing that flywheel come out. Beautiful pallet stun. It's
pallet stun. He needs the red stage.
Misses the. We're gonna be seeing
one hit. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
Oh no!
It's gone right over the dungeon.
Oh.
Whoa.
Beautifully played from that Barmaid, though.
Yeah, being able to stay undetected for that long against the Hullabaloo is so impressive.
Yeah, definitely, especially being able to make him check basement. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, we popped our Durfin and Flywheel a little bit earlier than what we needed. Because if Barmaid still had Flywheel by the time she reached that window there, that could have 100% been a dungeon escape. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, that Hullabaloo is just really way too quick, and unfortunately, it just had that stage rotation off cooldown.
Yeah, just very well played. And the aggression from Hullabaloo, that's exactly, I was worried going in because I'm like, if Hullabaloo kind of takes a more casual approach here, there's no way. But just beautifully done, just coming right out the gate there, not taking any prisoners for a 4-man elimination to get WWW some points on the board. That's 5-0 to start our round 2. WWW is still behind by a few points, but again, we go by rounds over points. So if we are able to see victory in the next 3 rounds, WWW definitely still in the game, not laying down yet.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, just beautifully played all the survivors that round. We got to see that Gravekeeper just barely get a shovel off, especially against a Hullabaloo, which like trying to get that shovel off against a Hullabaloo, get it if it gets cancelled, you just get put on cooldown and you get like you lose your shovel durability. But
Yep.
being able to get that shovel off, as albeit it didn't last as long as I am sure the survivors hoped for, but still bought them that little bit of time that they could have needed there.
Yeah. Yeah, just really impressive gameplay, that, and this is this is why it's always so fun to especially be in the finals out of everything. Like, just being able to see these teams give it their all, really really fighting for every point that they can get is just it's admirable.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, being our Hullabaloo there being able to like manage his clones, knowing when to use them, having them ready for kites, but also using them to gather that information that you need. Being able to shut down those rescues super early is what gave him that edge.
Mhm. Yeah, just really effective use of the clone there to keep tabs on every closest survivor. Just constantly pulling it out, looking, pulling it out, looking every time it was off cooldown. Just effective management as well. And I also want to highlight the way that he was using those dashes to get as maximum distance as possible, like intentionally aiming towards obstacles in order to get the flip, because the
Yes.
Hullabaloo's dash distance has been nerfed, but the like amount, I guess, that he can go over things. I don't know how to put words to this, but that's the same. Like, that you can still get a good distance off of, but if he just dashes forward, there's like no distance at all. We did see that a couple times in the match, but yeah, just really really effective use of the Hullabaloo. But
Yeah,
heading into round 2,
definitely.
second half here, Rui Potato's Hunter does need to get a 4-man elimination, which he was able to accomplish in the first half, or in the first round. So we're just gonna have to do it again here in round 2. We do have Goatman on the global bans list. Hullabaloo likely to end up in that ban category, but we'll just have to see. WWE survivors could ban any other hunter, possibly. We'll take the Hullabaloo, but we don't want to deal with Opera Singer. We don't want to deal with Ivy. So it'll be interesting to see what that hunter ban is going to be.
Yeah, definitely. Especially just if we might even, although Rui Potatoes they go for those meta picks, but honestly, we might be able to see that off meta pick here if we do see that Hullabaloo band. Or we might just opt for the Shadow here instead, which is,
Mm-hmm.
she's relatively strong on Eversleeping, albeit considering there's not many places for survivors to tight kite or kite in general if her Obstracon is being able to block off that area.
Yeah, I would definitely be excited to see an Ivy. I just like Ivy. I do.
I do. I as well. I love Ivy. I love seeing her. As
Mm-hmm.
much as I hate those super long games, like those 14-minute games we saw in Quals.
Well, that's not Ivy. Talk about long games. 25
Yeah.
minute clerk match.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Which
Oh
I'll
my god.
admit, actually, I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen, I have not seen the 25-minute clerk match, the legendary
I
25
haven't
minute
either.
Yukikina clerk match.
I haven't either. I've heard tales about it. It's tales and
The
legends.
legend. The legend
The
of
tales
25
and
minutes.
legends.
But I mean, that's the thing. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Anything to get that win.
Yeah,
You're either locked in or you're not.
it's four man or no man in these towns, in these halls. It's four man or no man. There's no
in these trying times.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're gonna be waiting on the WWW survivors here.
Yeah. Well, I guess that gives us more time to talk about fun stuff.
That's true. We didn't get to really talk much about Qist that much because we did talk about.
True. That's true. We'll move on to Qist now. I appreciate everybody who is sticking with us throughout this. You know, sometimes things do get a little rocky, and hopefully, you know, WWW survivors everything okay on their end. But yeah, thank you all for your patience, and also again, huge thank you to the staff for keeping things under wraps and under control behind the scenes here. You know,
Yes.
it's like a little house, and our foundation is the staff, so we can't do anything about that, or we can't do anything without them. Not we can't do anything about them. That's the wrong word.
We can't do anything about them.
We can't do anything about them.
They're crazy. They're crazy. We let them go. Oh my gosh. Yeah. But either way, with our escapologist and lanternologist.
Yes, our escapologist, our lanternologist, and our poolologist. Let's say
Our poolologist.
Yeah. Well, I feel like pool. Like, okay. It was pointed out earlier that Qist is the technical term for a pool player. However, I just think it sounds bad. I just think it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sit in my mouth in a way that I enjoy.
Poolologist is just fun to say. Like try saying poolologist out
loud. This is also terrible. But like,
I know, but it's fun. It's fun to say. It's fun to say. And you know what? Maybe that's what's more important. Is it fun to say, or is it just not roll off the tongue? You gotta have one of the two. But as we were saying before, I think he doesn't have the best design, but it's not the worst.
I feel like it's one of those designs. Like you know, obviously he's been compared to Hermit a million times because, like, yeah, I mean, obviously, but
Hermit, he needed a little more time in the oven.
Looks a little awkward in the official art, but like in his model, I feel like it's very like he was designed to be looked at from a certain angle. So I feel like that's gonna be the kind of the deal with Qist, where he's gonna look really good from like the survivor perspective, but like from any other angle, it's gonna be like, what? Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I think he just need a little more time to cook in the oven. Maybe just give him a little bit more time. I personally, he has such a cool concept, especially with that lion motif he got going on.
I just wish it was more lion. I want more. I just wish it
like we got the tail. We got the tail. The hair kind of gives us that lion motif.
The hair is good, but like beard, something on the bottom. Bring it
It's
around.
It's not giving me enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like they like, okay, well, we can't just have the same. We can't have the same silhouette we got for like photographer or like Hullabaloo. So what are we gonna do about this? I know. Give him a tail. Give him some like maybe fluff up his hair a little bit.
Yep.
But like if they just played more into that like lion motif that they had going on, I feel like he has such a cool concept. I'm excited to see his kit, but also a little nervous because
I'm like, what's he gonna do? Like, are we just gonna
are we getting another OP? Are we getting another OP hunter? I
feel like we're just gonna start playing like 8-ball on the screen, you know? Like,
whoever wins 8-ball, you get insta down.
Another screen.
I hope he has something like a skill shot, kind of similar to how Bane has his hook. Like you need to aim your hook.
Yes.
I would love if like maybe he
position on the pool. Maybe he could like
position himself up like aim his like get all crouched up like if you were playing pool. Like if you aim a ball, like if it hits, it'll do damage to the survivor. Kind of like a ranged hunter, but not like Ripper, but like a little more like you gotta aim, like kind of lock in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that would be a really fun kit.
I honestly just want like more hunter. Well, okay. I want some more like mid-range skill hunters
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like we're getting either like
It's either Chase Hunter with a small hitbox or like that. That's all they got.
yeah, we I'm like hello netties, can I get mid-range skill hunter? And they go, okay, you want fast hunter with small hitbox? And I say no, I just want like a normal hunter, please. And they're like, you want fast hunter
Chase,
with small hitbox?
Chase,
You want Chase?
Chase.
Okay, we'll give you I'm like, no.
I want a camp. Oh, okay. Oh, you want a camp? Okay, here's Peddler.
You want big hitbox? Okay, here's peddler. And
Yeah, like
the hitbox is like half the map.
oh, you want a way to counter survivors and their stuns? Here you go, I guess. Make her hitbox bigger, but also reduce her stuns, because why not?
Mm-hmm. The only thing the furries have in this game is Lucian. Gamekeeper? Gamekeeper. Bane
Gamekeeper.
Perez? Is he nothing to you? Because he's everything to me.
That's true. Yeah. Wait, do
Also,
we have any...
technically, like Lizard would count as a scaly. He doesn't have fur on him.
Yeah.
Reptilian.
If we're going like
name.
if we're going like animal inspired hunters.
Yeah.
I mean Violet spiders aren't really an animal, but like they're bugs.
They're like half animal.
They're creatures. They're creatures. We'll give them that.
Do tarantulas count as mammals actually? Well, I guess they don't like. Well, they have like hair, but it's not like hair.
Yeah.
It's like sort of
Yeah.
hair.
I mean, I don't think we have any other like animal inspired hunters.
Yeah.
Do
wow. That's actually kind of surprising. I feel like.
I mean, we have Hoster, but like he's more of an eldritch god than a
Nightwatch is kind of like a cat thing.
cat. I like Nightwatch cat. I like Nightwatch kitty.
Yeah. And I guess I mean like I wish Alva and Anne were more cat.
I do agree. That's why I like
our bands. Got our first two bands.
Oh yay, we're moving on. Yay. Okay.
Right,
Okay, everybody back.
Locking in. We got coordinator Seer. Yes, coordinator Seer on our bands. Hullabaloo as well getting put in that band jail. So yeah, we will be seeing either, could go with the other half of the Fantastic Four. We've got Ivy, Opera, or we could go with something again completely different.
Yes. Oh my god, I would love to see an Opera. I would love to see more Opera gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
I would be a huge fan of seeing her, especially because she's gotten her spotlight stolen a lot recently.
Well, I feel like we've been seeing her a lot.
We have been seeing her more
after Ivy kind of her win rate just like tanked. I feel like we've been seeing a little more Opera in comp, but we are kind of preparing for that Opera pick here with Aeroplanist and Puppeteer being our first two selections, as well as Embalmer being in that band jail. So I feel like Opera Singer is kind of the direction we're looking. And okay, hello, welcome back, Barmaid, to the stage. We're gonna have, this does feel a little bit like last round's comp as well. We've got the Barmaid and the Puppeteer here. Classic duo. You do want somebody who's able to heal that Puppeteer on your team, because otherwise he can just kind of sit there at no health and not be able to do anything about it due to that lack of healing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're just planning for that Opera, or even this Ivy coming out. Being with Aeroplanist, honestly, he's able to counter both super, I wouldn't say easily, but his kit just works against it effectively works against both of them. Puppeteer could get mind gamed by that shadow, but honestly, against an Opera Singer, he's still super strong. And Barmaid just being able to Barmaid, same reason, like they got Hermit counter, they got Dream Witch counter. Barmaid is just super strong against those hunters that don't have that don't excel until their camp.
Yep, and we will be seeing that Weeping Clown coming in as the final selection. I also want to bring up that Aeroplanus was not only the most picked character by the winning team of Koa, Zeta, but was also just the most picked character overall in Koa this year. So I feel like he's kind of coming into his spotlight, which is very exciting for me because I've been an Aeroplanus fan and player since literally day one. So
Yeah, definitely.
I'm like, I've been here before everybody. I've been here when he got nerfed for no reason.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not no reason because like I mean
Yeah, he was strong. He was strong.
yeah, I mean he still is strong. You don't become the by far the most picked character in Koa without being strong. But I see my thing with Aeroplanist is that I want there to be less of a cooldown. I understand why the cooldown is there, but what I don't understand is why Patient doesn't get the same cooldown.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because Patience cooldown is like I think similar to it's like 8 seconds, 7 seconds.
I think I
Something
believe
along
it's
those
8 or
lines.
9.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's not the 15 seconds that you have to wait for Aeroplanus
Yeah.
jetpack to come back up.
At most, it would be like 10 seconds for Patient Hook.
Yeah.
I'm also a little disappointed
I just.
when. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was just gonna continue complaining.
Oh, they had promised in a Q&A, I think it was like a little over a year ago, where they promised a buff for Aeroplanist, where as long as you still had jetpacks, you could hover still, but it would just be put on a cooldown.
Oh, they canceled that because it was
And
gonna
then
be
they
too
canceled
OP.
that. Yeah, and then it was gonna be
It's gonna be way too OP. I kind of agree with that because like, can you imagine if with every jetpack you could also hover?
Yeah, you just be
That would
like
just
they'd just be saving their jetpacks for the like infinite hover.
Yep. Oh wait, like you could just like hover at any point and it wouldn't go away as long as you had jetpacks.
As long as you had jetpacks, yeah.
Oh my god, I would think it would be like 3 hovers for three
Well,
jetpacks, but wow.
I also kind of figured that, but like at the same
See, I
time,
feel like that would make more sense. But oh, okay, hey, we are gonna see Ivy.
yes, this is a again that barmaid might be a little rough, but that puppeteer, honestly, not being able to look back to see how close that Ivy is, being able to mind game that puppeteer.
Mm-hmm. As well as but I feel like on the survivor side of things, we do have Aeroplanus. We also have Weeping Clown can do a lot of support, especially with that barmaid. Kind of rocketing her out
Definitely.
of the way. Would definitely love to see some teammate rocket support here, but the rocket on its own as well can be very, very strong, especially for long distance balloon rescues, and also just getting the Weeping Clown himself out of the area. So very, very fun. I feel like there's a lot of fun potential here with this comp.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, they are going to do everything in their power to avoid that 4-man elimination because that is what Rui Potatoes needs on their Hunter side in order to tie up the score now for this round, because we are coming out of a 4-man elimination from WWW's Hullabaloo. So yeah, right now, it really is down to Ivy to kind of even the table here and eliminate these survivors. It actually looks like Aeroplanus is the only one with borrowed time here. We've got the sweet builds going on every other survivor. We are not taking any chances.
Just need that one man. Absolutely.
Yep,
guaranteeing that one man here. It's
just
the
get
most
that
important
one man out
thing.
the gate.
Yeah, just being able to like barely take that win, but like honestly, if your hunter got that 4-man, you want to play off of that 4-man.
Yep.
But either way, this is round 2, second half. I'm Sam. I'm with Bones, and good luck to both teams.
Yes. I'm going to see immediately with that Yith, and looks like we are going to head out towards Puppeteer a little bit. Heading towards the middle of the map. Looks like we may actually catch Barmaid. Yep, we are going to catch Barmaid here as she tries to rotate into the graveyard. Immediately just going to go ahead and teleport over to that Ostrakon and start the first chase. Now, obviously, we do have Barmaid. Does have Broken Windows as well as Flywheel on cooldown for the time being, but that full kite build will definitely come in handy here.
Yeah, definitely. And that barmaid is at 60 stacks, so the next scare will... Ooh, beautiful pallet stun! Yeah, but that next scare is guaranteed to stun the barmaid.
Yeah, unless she's able to not look at it, but just continuing. Looks Looks like she did glance back, and that stacks. Oh, we are going to hit 100 here, and looking for the secondary stack. Unfortunately, Barmaid wasn't looking in that direction, but she did still get a little bit more corruption from the Ostrakhan area. We are going to see that Dublin come into play as well, and we do have Flywheel as well. And the Yitz is actually going to kind of move away here, looking to disrupt some of that decoding, but it looks like Barmaid's actually going to be
so
able
much
to...
distance.
Yeah, a lot of distance here. Flywheel's still off cooldown.
Ooh.
Yup, drink mixed up as well, so she does have that second Dublin, but it does look like the Yith is going to go ahead and pressure that middle Cypher.
Blink coming out.
Blink coming out, but she does have that second Dublin as well as Flywheel, and with no Blink on Ivy, Yith also not in the area. This is really well played by this Barmaid.
We're gonna be seeing that Ostrakhan come out, but it doesn't matter because the Yith just used its scare. It won't have enough. It won't have that off cooldown by the time that Barmaid heals up.
Yep, Barmaid has healed up once again. Flywheel still able to be used.
Oh!
Wow! Going to Flywheel Corruption.
Manages to dodge the stack again, rotating back into that graveyard. Looks like our Ivy's gonna opt to pressure Cyphers instead, realizing she's kind of wasted a lot of time on this Barmaid's Kite.
Yup, we've got 2 Cyphers remaining, both of them hard at work. Looks like we are just heading out towards
Barmaid opening a chest, yeah.
Yep, Barmaid's gonna open that chest, possibly get a syringe to heal up, or even another item to just increase her chances. Okay, looks like we're gonna go ahead and get an elbow pad. Yith heading back towards her position. But it really, Ivy just not able to find and lock onto a target here. That Barmaid Kite really just threw off her momentum.
Yeah, definitely Puppeteer rotating early, so the Ivy wasn't able to even get that Ostrakhan on the Cypher. We're gonna get that Aeroplanist though.
Yup, Aeroplanist. Looks like we're looking for the sandwich, but no, Ivy's main body heading back towards the center here. We may just go ahead and lock onto Aeroplanist, but we can. Wait, yes, we can. Oh, locking onto Puppeteer here.
Not enough time to puppet though.
Oh my god.
Back to that Barmaid. We do have 4 Cyphers started though, with 2 Cyphers remaining. 2 are halved. Other 2 are at 30-ish%.
Yeah, right now it really is down to the Survivor team to be able to decode these Cyphers just if they can. Main body trying to move out of the way of that tram. Yith heading towards Aeroplanist. Does look like we were able to successfully dodge the tram, but leaving the Yith over by the Cypher. Ivy just trying to keep up this pressure as long as possible, but these Cyphers are still hard at work. Cypher approaching, looks like, yeah, we've got a Cypher approaching 90% here.
Oh!
And
unfortunately
still on a Barmaid going down!
Oh, unfortunately takes that corruption hit, but we do have, it looks like a Tide Turner active and from the Puppeteer and Weeping Clown.
My stream just froze.
Oh, my stream also just froze.
Uh-oh. Well,
I guess we'll find out what happens in a second here.
Yeah, we'll find out what happens in a second here, but with the situation that we're in right now, they can't exactly pop the Cypher. Barmaid does not have borrowed time, so we're in a bit of a sticky situation. I do believe that the only survivor with borrowed time is Aeroplanist, so Aeroplanist can come in for this rescue and get Barmaid off chair, hopefully take the hit, and then they're able to pop the Cypher. Oh, we are back. Okay, we're still at one Cypher remaining.
All right. We did get 1 Cypher pop while we were gone. The Barmaid did get rescued. It looks like the Weeping Clown came in to rescue using that Tide Turner.
Yup.
We do have a Cypher at 90% though. We got our Airplane being chased. Using that jetpack to come out. However, that is... He only has 1 left now. Still has that hover though. We're getting on that graveyard Cypher that Barmaid was working on earlier. Those are 60% Cypher right there, I believe. Puppeteer is going to be taking that corruption hit though.
Yeah, and they have not been able to make it back to that. Oh wait, no, Aeroplanist has made it back to that cipher. Unfortunately, again, he is the only one with borrowed time. So, oh, yep, we are going to go ahead, switch off here. But the Yith heading towards that cipher, absolutely about to pressure it. Okay, does Barmaid have crows here? Yeah,
Barmaid does have crows.
Puppeteer now on chair, but just looking. Oh, Aeroplanist is going to take.
Wait, no
a
one's
hit,
near the cipher. No one's near the cipher.
Oh no!
Oh, this could be
I'm going to continue the cut on to
elbow pad
Barmaid.
coming out.
Puppeteer has been rescued though by Weeping Clown, and now we are just going to continue to pressure the cipher. Weeping Clown does not. Oh no, he does have.
Oh, flywheel sleep corruption.
That hiss, not quite able to get the balloon stun out. Aeroplanist now in basement.
We're gonna be seeing that
Puppeteer here for the rescue. Puppeteer still has tide!
Oh! And are we gonna be seeing that Puppeteer or Aeroplanes get hit? Are we gonna be seeing a drop hit? Oh, we are seeing a drop hit on the Puppeteer.
Puppeteer and a drop
Double
hit
drop it! Oh my god.
Pop the cipher! Yup, they are able to pop the cipher. Wow.
We're seeing that flywheel come out from the airplane. It's just trying to hold distance while he can. Pressuring the gate. We're gonna be. Oh, we're getting to the.
Down.
Now, are we gonna be
as well?
Barmaid already on the other side of the map, opening that gate? We're gonna be.
Once again, they only need one escape here.
Yeah, if they're able to just get that barmaid out, then that is. Oh, we find the puppeteer. Using that Yithian to pull distance towards the gate, but it's already open. We're gonna be seeing that. We're gonna be seeing the barmaid and Aeroplanist get out.
Wow.
Very well played.
Yep, and that is a tie for WWW Survivors here, and WWW is going to win that second round. Really well played, and what a way to come back from that first round as well.
Absolutely.
And just absolutely incredible kite from the barmaid in that early game, just keeping the Ivy, and that is exactly, you know, it kind of reminds me of Doctor being an Ivy counter very early on, where it was like, you know, the only reason that she had become that counter was to keep the Ivy's attention. That's exactly what that barmaid did not allow Ivy to switch targets, and even when Ivy did switch targets and try to pressure the ciphers, that became her downfall because the Yith wasn't in the area, her attention was split. It's really effective work by the Survivor team in order to secure a tie when they only needed that one-man escape.
Yeah, definitely, especially, God, I can't stop thinking about that barmaid's kite. That was super impressively well played by her, especially after taking that first double and being able to pull so much distance was super important. Especially because it gave her enough time to dodge that blink from the Ivy and giving her enough time to mix that drink and also not have to use her Durfin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that she was able to mix that drink again mid-kite, just absolutely great work. And it really is, you know, that's what we've been seeing with the Ivy nerfs over and over again. I feel like she does obviously have very strong map control still, as we saw with how long that kite was able to go for. But yeah, just really well done from the Survivor team to bring things back around and really tying things up with our points right now and with our rounds as well. That's 1 round to Rui Potatoes and 1 round to WWW.
All right, everyone. Since it is the end of round 2, we're going to be heading on intermission here. Be sure to grab your snacks, drinks, or anything that you need to be comfy for these next 3 rounds.
Maybe one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And pounce them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, that's a hit, but guess behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses ages.
and free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime cipher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Be able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no terror shock happening for the opera here. And another paladin, great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the psychologist. Oh, and the psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the puppeteer, but we actually hit the... We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop through? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1 stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. But she is going to get another 1 stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Alan's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough because
nice flywheel.
Significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Grapekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
That's the tide turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, a blink comes in, coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, unfortunately just not even going to be the...
Even one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And pounce them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
A hit, but guess behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime cipher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little... Oh no! Be able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a terror shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no terror shock happening for the opera here. And another paladin, great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the Psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the... are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop there? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. Oh, but she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Owl's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Oh, significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Grapekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
That's the tie turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in, Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous, very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, unfortunately just not even going to be the
even one more bomb. This are very early bombs. And pounced them, however.
Wait for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just going to make use of that flywheel. Knight is out the gate, and there's nothing.
Oh, what? A hit, but guess behind a pallet. Able to drop it. Uses cages.
And free to set up a cage now. Looks like we are going to do it. Unfortunately, it is going to teleport him outside of the shack, unfortunately. But oh, right, back inside. Dancer using the cage to kite. Very well done. Unfortunately, she is going to get cornered inside the...
Dancer now in back gate kiting. Doesn't really have any items, but without tide, any second bot is second earn. Does go down to
no prime Cypher. We also don't have borrowed time on journalists, so it's gonna be a little. Oh no! Able to get hit here, and 2 survivors up. Cypher is still being pressured, but it's not quite close enough to popping for them to really force it. Like, unfortunately, still not able to use any of her resources, and that is also going to be a Terror Shock.
Mercenary here, no vault happening, no Terror Shock happening for the opera here. And another pallet thing, great effort. They're gonna probably have the mercenary come in. He now knows that Cypher is probably a Sui build, just flywheel, and when those run back into the 100 misses a hit, but ultimately still land.
We are getting thrown up with only 1 white bomb needed to get a hit on the Psychologist. Oh, and the Psychologist out. But we do land an injury on the Puppeteer, but we actually hit the... We are able to get in that rescue. Oh, and unfortunately Puppeteer is going to go down with these here as well. Are we going to see a hop there? And yes, we are! The Hullabaloo is able to pass.
Owl in place, just trying to buy more time, maybe seeing if we can get those balls off, but we are going to be able to take that.
Is going to go ahead and use a shovel.
And we are going to get another 1-stack stun in as we try to get that final black bomb in on the Enchantress. Oh, but she is going to get another 1-stack stun in, just buying herself a little more time. Owl's just trying to waste as much time as she can, but it's not enough.
Nice flywheel.
Oh, significant time, which the Hullabaloo quickly tries to close with a jump. Grapekeeper just trying to block in the way. Oh, but the Cypher will be popped.
How about in body blocking despite not having an owl? Oh my goodness, are we going to be able to make it? The Hullabaloo is trying to catch him, but oh my goodness! Please, not quite. The Hermit is going to go ahead and drop the Revolver and instead teleport. Oh, beautiful!
That's the tie turner to use, but very much not going to get the chance to use it. Going to miss the pickaxe input, but it doesn't matter, not taking any prisoners right now.
Indeed. Oh, Blink comes in. Coordinator unable to react with the flywheel there, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Very dangerous for the survivor. When compared to
Yeah.
last.
Not quite enough progress to really pressure that one now, because the worst case scenario here, if Embalmer is able to kite, unfortunately, just not even going to be the
Even one more bomb. This are very early. It's a very early bombs. And Palestine, however.
for a little bit longer. Cypher is approaching around halfway through. We're going to get the white bomb on Psychologist, and ooh, missing the hit there. Still able to dodge the area. Has been used. This pallet's already used here though, so he's just gonna make use of that flywheel. Night. Alright, we are back. Hopefully everybody's been hydrated, washed up, ready to go for rounds 3, and potentially rounds 3 through 5. Okay, don't try saying that.
3 through?
3 through 5. But, yeah, once again, welcome back. If you're just tuning in, I am 206 Bones, here with my co-commentator Sam, and right now we are all tied up between Rui Potatoes and WWW for our finals match, with one round being won by each team.
Finals of all finals. The finality.
The finals to end all finals.
The finals to
Really,
the finality of finals.
Hey, this is not the end of logging off league. It's not the finals. We will
no.
Season 4 in the future, all right?
This is just like the finality of finals for season 3. Not the final, but the final.
That's you're saying finals too many times. Okay.
Final.
Is that your final?
My final. That's my final.
Very good.
Yeah.
But yes, welcome back everybody. We will be getting into round 3 very, very shortly, and I am definitely excited to see what each team has prepared for us, because, we do still have quite a few, there's been a lot of very interesting early round picks, and I definitely feel like those are about to start coming into play very, very soon. Because with those global bans, it just takes more survivors off the table, and we've got global bans on Seer, we've got global bans on Enchantress and Balmer. Puppeteer on both teams, I think, has been global banned. So
yes,
yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how these teams are able to adapt and kind of keep that momentum going with all of these kind of linchpin powerful survivors being removed from the stakes. But we do. You know what we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen a mercenary.
You know what? That's true. Albeit we normally don't get to see those more. I hate to say that Mercenary is a unique pick now, but he's more of a unique pick.
Oh my
now.
god, that's evil words. You just said evil words to me.
I know. But it's just Mercenary isn't picked just because of how many of the newer hunters just countered him. But but Mercenary, he's still a strong pick, especially for something like rank. Like, he's still a very strong pick, especially if you're solo queuing. He's really solid in being able to kite, being able to rescue, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I definitely, we have seen 2 rescuers out, but or no, more than 2. We've got, let's see. Weeping Clown, Gravekeeper, First Officer, Coordinator, I guess, counts.
Yep, we've seen a Knight as well, round 1.
Yep, Knight, round 1. So Knight can actually come back too, because he was not global banned. He was that 4th selection. So
yeah, he was that 4th
we could see more Knight. Well, definitely, a little bit of a niche pick here, but I would love to see a journalist. She has kind of been climbing up in that meta, especially with the global bans in play. I feel like she is a very good character to kind of launch out. Not really have to worry about wasting her.
Yeah, that's true. I would also like to see a Wildling. I know he's in that weird spot between strong but not strong.
Yes. I feel like he's easily, he can be very strong. He's also very counterable.
Yeah,
at the same
exactly.
time. So you know what? I've been saying this, and I will say it again. I want to see a gamekeeper pick to counter a wildling.
Yes, 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 please.
I yank him off that boar now.
Oh my gosh.
I want to see that utilized. I want to see that skill come into play because it's so satisfying when you're playing gamekeeper and you see a wildling come up to harass and you're like, "Oh, you're approaching me?"
No.
Nuh-uh.
You have like gamekeeper. You
Yoink.
just counter. You just counter wildling. You have a trap. You have a hook.
Mm-hmm. What's he gonna do, boar?
No, all he can do is just stare at you helplessly.
Yep. I do love when that happens when I'm going up against harassers and like, you know, a lot of the times in duos, like I'll just kind of stare at the harasser and then pop excitement and go for the chair.
It looks so sad.
They just look back and be like, oh, okay.
You'll have excitement up, so you just focus on sharing them. You look back, and then they're just there staring at you. It's so funny.
Just staring in disappointment, like, oh, okay, well, I was going to do something cool here, but I guess you don't even want to see it, so.
Right.
Well,
like, man.
man, no fun allowed, no harassing allowed.
Oh my
But
gosh. Yeah.
harassment's bad, so I don't want to see it actually.
Yeah. Right. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I listen. In 5 rounds of a tournament, by that round 5, you have so many characters banned. You're forced to take those off meta picks. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I'm hoping, especially because now we have hunter global bans. Like before, we didn't have them,
Yes.
so we'd always see like the same, like maybe 5 or 7 hunters in like
5 or
things like.
7 is a bold. That's a bold expansion.
I mean, because like if it was a best of 5,
I guess 5 to 7, yeah. But we've got our Fantastic Four, and then we've got
Yeah.
a few other guys on the outskirts.
Yeah, I mean, we got like I know Anne's a popular tie hunter pick if they need like a
Mhm.
tie to guarantee the game.
I
Or like
miss
as we've
seeing
seen,
Anne. I feel like she's just
I
I
do
haven't
too.
seen her in so long.
Yeah, her priority is just so low though, especially with our Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
But with those global bans, I feel like we might have a chance of seeing her again. I mean, like, I can't remember. I believe it was day 2. One of the was that one of the days with Rui Potatoes going in? But either way, there was a geisha in play, and that same day there was a Percy in play.
Yes, I remember the Percy actually was WWW, so that's
Oh,
definitely
it was
something we could
WWE.
see
Yeah,
today. Yeah. It didn't quite go according to plan, but we did see having those off meta picks can always be so fun. I feel like especially if we get like a smaller map coming in, maybe like an Arms Factory or yeah, Arms Factory, Red Church is still on. I would say Sacred Heart's probably going to stay in map ban jail. But, that is still on the table here. We have only seen Chinatown and Eversleeping. So those are 2 pretty, I would say neutral maps. These teams are definitely looking out for both their Survivor and for their Hunter. So, well, I feel like the map the choice of map here is definitely going to be something that influences these hunter picks as well.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with like you got Anne, which one of her stronger maps is Chinatown, but we already saw that come out round 1.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's like we could potentially see like a wax artist come up. Like I know you were talking about this earlier. You went against a team with like 3 harassers, and you just went wax artist to counter it, and it's like, well, what are they gonna do about it? Like turn hot wax on, turn hot wax on, win game.
Yeah, literally. Oh no! It wasn't. There was a thief. It wasn't. I think it might have been a different match. It was like.
Wait,
no! I think it was.
You sent the screenshot somewhere. Hold on, let's see if I can find this.
It was forward. It was forward thief cowboy meteorologist. That's what it was. And I ended up finding the thief like pretty much like towards endgame, and so I just looked at him and turned on my hot wax. Like, go ahead. Okay, I will walk into your flashlight. And then you just hear like the hiss of the hot wax.
Yes. Oh my! What are you gonna do about that?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Every time you flashlight me, you're gonna get 25% wax. Okay? Okay, sounds good? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's play.
Yeah. We can do this.
Yep,
I
and it worked.
oh, thinking of Thief makes me mad because ever since he got that buff where it doesn't even matter where you're looking. Oh my
Is
god.
that true? Or well, I thought it matters where you're looking when it comes to he can cancel your skills if you're not looking, but like the stun doesn't go
Yeah.
through
No.
if you're
No. The sun doesn't go through. But like
yeah.
most of the time, you can't walk towards them unless you're looking at them, and
Yes.
that's how most people would counter Thief is by using their abilities to like moonwalk.
Yep.
But you
Can't
can't do
do
that
that.
anymore. Yeah, you can't do that
No,
anymore. So,
what how are you gonna moonwalk when you got no ability?
yeah, that's why you see a lot of hunters now. They'll charged attack, especially if they have like a longer charged attack animation.
Yes.
They'll charge attack, and then last second when they get close enough, they turn around.
Yep. We actually the charge attack as well with against Knight, we've been seeing that. We actually saw that earlier with the breaking wheel. Putting in or inputting the charged attack to predict the attack predict.
Yep.
Which is an awkward
As long
sentence,
as
but I mean it's true.
Yeah, as long as you put it in before he puts that input in. It does. If you're mid animation and he puts the attack prediction in, too
It
bad
doesn't
for
do
him.
anything. Yep.
Too bad for him. Yeah, it's just yeah. And it looks like we are going to be starting on Lakeside, which honestly, bringing up that wax artist again, this is a very strong map for him.
Yup, we could see Wax Artist. We also, I would say, Hermit, not too bad of a choice here as well. We do have a lot of those Hermit bands, Hermit counters banned. So, yeah, I
Yep,
feel like if I
especially with
I
Earth
feel
Ray
like I
Seeker.
keep saying it that it doesn't happen, so I look like a fool.
There'll
But
there'll be a hermit one day. Hermit
there'll
one
be
day.
one day, just
One
for
day.
me.
It'll happen. It'll happen soon. It'll happen soon. I mean,
Maybe.
I still hope for Hoster, but I mean, I don't know.
I feel like at the very least, like I'm not wishing for Lizard, so like my dreams aren't too delusional.
Okay, well. Okay,
Not saying that Hoster.
call me delusional right to my face. Why don't you?
I mean, hey, I would love to see a Hoster. We've definitely had some of these off meta picks in this tournament so far. We did
That's
have
true.
Persica Sims did bring out the Hell
Leo
Ember and
the Leo and the
Face.
Joker. Yep.
Unforgettable. So you
And
know,
we have seen Ripper.
anything can happen. Yeah, we have seen Ripper, and Ripper's not too bad of a pick anymore. You know, just a month or so ago, you could be like, oh my god, what do you mean they played Ripper? But yeah, Ripper absolutely viable. I would say I feel like he's honestly not too bad on Lakeside, especially with his recent buffs. Like he can just get downs very quickly, and as well as using the chip Foggy Blades to just for the movement speed boost. I feel like that could be very
Yes.
effective here as well. But we do have our first two survivor bans. Looks like we're gonna go first officer and priestess off the table. Definitely, I would say not wanting that priestess on Lakeside can be absolutely huge for the survivor side, especially if you're taking a hunter with a little bit lower mobility. Wax artist, walks slow. So
He's just slow. He's just
He's
slow.
just slow.
That's why he
He's
stuns
just
you.
slow.
He's just slow.
Yep.
That's why people hate Anne. Because she stuns you and she's fast.
Yep.
Yeah, but honestly, on a map like Lakeside, we're gonna be like seeing that priestess and first officer ban. Usually on wax artists, you don't ban the priestess, but
Ooh.
oh, we're seeing that wildling come out. Oh,
It's that wildling we were looking for. So, hey, I mean, Gamekeeper also not too bad on Lakeside. There's definitely a lot of tricks that can be done with a Gamekeeper.
yes.
In the big boat, I would love to see a Gamekeeper utilizing that big boat. Really, one of the only hunters I feel like who can effectively chase on big boat. I mean, obviously, you know, you can just take the chase on big boat and commit to it and call it a day. But yeah, just so
We're seeing the composer. Oh
we
my
are seeing
god.
the composer. Yeah, I feel like, kind of a last minute, like, like, what if it is a hermit? We kind of want to have some decoding in here.
Mhm.
So getting that composer out, very, very fun pick here from Rui Potato Survivors. That's exciting. That is very exciting. For our last band, yep, that psychologist taken off, so we will not be seeing her. And a barmaid. Just to round us out.
You know what? Yeah.
Yep,
Using her
rechargeable
since she's
barmaid. I'm kind of surprised that barmaid didn't hit the bans list, but again, if we're
Yeah,
still
they're saving-
not bringing out that hermit, if we're looking at something like a gamekeeper, something like a wax artist, I feel like the barmaid's not too much of a problem for those hunters. Definitely
Right
can
now-
be, but
banning that psychologist. I'm feeling like we might see a hermit here. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I can't get my hopes up because if I get my hopes up, then we're not gonna see a hermit. But
I got 3 hunters in my mind right now. I have 3 hunters in my mind. I think they all have a pretty equal chance because we got a gamekeeper, we got hermit, and we got wax artist. I believe those are the
Yep.
3 most likely. But hey, we might see something entirely different, which I'd like.
that's an Ivy.
That's an Ivy.
Yep.
That
Yep.
sure.
So, I mean, okay, not a bad pick. However, Lakeside Village for Ivy is
Yeah,
just
Lakeside
a
is just
tough
a-
map.
It's a rough map. That's
Yeah.
because like Ivy,
I would say this is high risk, high reward. I feel like.
yeah, if you're able to, although we did see in that last round how well the barmaid did against an Ivy. It's just like unless you're able to down her super quickly, then it's like, well, this is going to be a really rough game.
Yup. Yeah. I feel like this is definitely, and with that composer as well, we did actually see composer get picked a good few times at the peak of Ivy meta just to try and get a little bit more decoding, as well as that movement speed boost can be pretty effective against her as well, just to get out of the range of the Ostrakan kind of
As fast
explosion.
as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, getting out of the range as fast as possible. So yeah, I feel like Wildling can also be very effective here. As long as he's not scared out of getting on that boar. I feel like if the Ivy can be very, very I guess proactive here, and we have seen just how aggressive WWY is for WWW. So yeah. Heading into round 3 first half. We've got WWW versus Rui Potato Survivors. Best of luck to both teams. I'm 206 Bones, joined by Sam on commentary. And it looks like we're going to just send out that Yith right away, searching for that composer.
Yeah, definitely. With that composer, you just want to go after the decoders first. Being able to pressure those ciphers as quick as possible. Like, if you can start on that cipher pressure earlier, that just makes it even easier for our Ivy here. But it looks like we are going to be sticking that Yith on. Oh! Getting hit through the window. Not a terror shock, but came very close to it.
Yeah, very, very close. Just using the edge of Ivy's hitbox. Going to also land that scare as well. Composer at about 60 corruption here. And we do have the Yith as well. And beautifully done with the scare. Composer just launched right in and not able to get that flywheel out in time. So we will be seeing our first share. Ciphers are looking not so hot right now. We do have 2 ciphers passing about 50%, but that last cipher is stuck at 23. We are seeing pressure on the barmaid here. Going to head back. Oh, is that the accessory? Is that the new accessory?
For
Ivy.
No, I don't
think
believe so. I don't believe so.
No.
There's a little glowing. There's like little glowing specks. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
No, her new
There's like a
accessory is
rainbow,
like
so I think.
blue.
Yeah. I. Okay. Anyway.
Either way, sorry.
Going to
Got off track. Back on track.
There was a little rainbow. I want to know what it's from. But back on composer here. It's like
it's composer. That's what it is.
Composer has rainbows now?
Well, it's just S tier. You got like little sparklies. Either way,
yeah.
Are we gonna be seeing that? We're not gonna be seeing the hit through the pallet. Not honestly, composer not able to fade out blink. It might be a little scary considering that Ivy has been able to keep up blink for this entire round so far.
Yeah.
However, we are gonna be seeing that tinnitus cancel from the wildling here. We are going to be seeing that barmaid get pressured though again after she popped her first one.
Yep,
Wildling
leaving
coming in
the
again.
area.
Oh,
Just gonna go ahead for that hit. And Wildling is back on the board, so we could see some harassment coming in here just to keep the pressure off. Oh,
beautiful. Nice dash.
Yeah, and Composer heading towards the big boat. Now we do still have Blink online, so that can definitely come into play here, especially playing around the edge of the boat. Going to go ahead and just go right away. Not going to get the corruption on Composer because that was over a level, but are we going to be able to get the Blink good distance from Composer here using the tuning fork?
Ooh, good patience
and
in
a
the
little bit of mind gaming.
Ooh, good patience from the Composer there. But unfortunately, oh, hits the barrel. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, just trying to play around.
Oh, Blink coming out. Oh, he missed the Blink. Oh, the charge attack unfortunately gets that Composer down. But honestly, the hitbox on those barrels just messed that Ivy up so badly.
Yeah, just really well done.
It looks like we're going to be seeing about a 70% Cypher here. Composer is down on chair. But unfortunately, the Composer died so far away from the Cypher, so it's going to take that Ivy a minute to pressure Cyphers. Barmaid already rotating off, knowing that the Ivy is going to be coming for her. Gets the vault off successfully. Okay.
Yes. Yep, successful.
Oh, takes a drop hit though.
Drop hit. Barmaid is going to go ahead and oh, she's actually out of Dublin as well, using those to heal up the wildlings. So yeah, she has no items at this time, just able to use the Dewfern to get a little bit more distance, but we are going to leech onto the Antiquarian, just switch targets right away here. And Antiquarian does have all of her items, as well as, yeah, this whole team does have borrowed time, so we are able to return to at least one of those ciphers, one cipher close to popping. We do still need to return to that final cipher though, as Antiquarian takes the chase into the boat.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the it's in the basement.
Are we gonna be okay? We are able to get out of the basement, thankfully not taking a fall hit there. Very dangerous.
Jump straight into the basement.
We are going to see that corruption come through. Antiquarian down. She can be teared in basement now as well. Wildling is at full health and he can come for this rescue. Barmaid still decoding that cipher, and it looks like we do still have trump card. Uh-oh. Looks like we may be pausing for a little bit of lag here.
Oh my gosh, though. So much has happened in like the last like 2 minutes. Super. Barmaid, I gotta applaud the Barmaid because she rotated early knowing that Ivy was going to be heading for her next and using her items to support the team, but it was just unfortunate. However, that Barmaid does still have Flywheel up, I should add. Yes. She may not have items or her speed drink. However, she does still have her utility up. And as long as she can play around that flywheel, since that the Ivy's Blink was on cooldown there, it was very well managed.
For the corruption as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that can definitely be very effective coming into the later stage of this game, because it really is just how long can these survivors stay alive against Ivy. Definitely being able to use the map to their advantage as well, and this is what we were talking about a little bit before the match, with Lakeside being in play. It is just such a huge map. We've already seen Ivy have to hike it across all the way across the map to after sharing the Composer, and again here she is going to have to really stretch thin in order to pressure the ciphers. So it's going to be a game of, are we able to send Wildling in, are we able to get Barmaid to finish decoding that cipher before Ivy is able to catch up to her. So it is going to be a very tight endgame once we are able to sort out this pause.
Yeah, definitely. But however, it is a bit of a sticky situation because not Barmaid, Antiquarian did die on docks, which was right next to that basement that we saw her flip into.
Yep. I guess that was a little bit of foreshadowing there, kind of choosing the area where she was going to fall. But yeah. I feel like it's not the worst situation to be in. She does still have quite a bit of her flute left, as well as Wildling being able to come in for this rescue at full health. It's, definitely a dangerous situation. You never really want to be in basement, but absolutely, this is still a situation that that Rui Potato survivors can and, possibly will rebound from. But again, it does just come down to, we do still have that trump card on or that trump card off cooldown, Blink on cooldown, but if we're able to swap into teleport, I would say, in order to pressure the gates endgame, can definitely be very effective here. Or even, I would say teleport over anything, just because of the size of Lakeside makes warp a little bit less effective. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, as you were saying earlier, this entire endgame is just way up to how this Ivy is going to be playing this endgame and pressuring these ciphers, especially with Lakeside. If you commit to one side of the map, you have to commit to that side of the map. Because as soon as you leave one side, or as soon as one person goes to the other side of the map, that's really difficult to manage, especially with how wide Lakeside is.
Mm-hmm.
However, as you said earlier, a lot of our survivors have borrowed time. I believe all of them do actually, except
Yep,
that
they all have
composer.
borrowed time. Yeah, composer unfortunately no borrowed time, but for the best because he is no longer with us. So
Unfortunate.
that will not be coming into play for the end game.
But yeah, thankfully, if we do manage to get that basement rescue off with the wildling, that could be just enough time for our barmaid to decode that last cipher if the Ivy isn't able to pressure as well. But the more she
Mhm.
focuses on pressuring, the less she'll be able to focus on the strong power combo that is wildling and antiquarian. Being able, like, antiquarian, she's able to be self sufficient, but if she gets that wildling to come in at the right time, then it could be hard for that Ivy to even pick up that antiquarian unless she just decides to switch to the barmaid.
Yeah, I almost feel like we could see, a lot of support from that wildling if he's able to stay on the boar after, or if he's able to get on boar after rescuing, um, and able to push Ivy down, like back into the basement. That could be very effective, especially kind of playing around the cipher pop here, because the ciphers, they are very close to popping right now. It really is, just how long can we stall for Barmaid to finish that cipher before the Yith gets there and ruins everything?
Yeah, definitely. It's the outcome of this game is just entirely depending on how patient our survivors and our hunter is going to play. As much as good as Antiquarian can do, she'll run out of her items eventually. It's just difficult.
hmm Oh, and we
We
are
return.
heading back in.
Yep, looks like we're
Yep,
going back into
getting.
our gameplay. Antiquarian is shared in our basement here. We're gonna be seeing that wildling get on his board riding towards that basement. Did the Ivy miss? Nope.
Uh-oh.
Going on another technical pause here. Yeah, well, I don't know if I was seeing that right or not, but I did see that we did see that wildling gun on his board. I don't know if the Ivy missed it, but if she did miss that wildling, that could be really huge in terms of not getting cut off early for that rescue.
Yeah, Wildling has. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that Wildling might have been able to just sneak behind there while she's distracted on the Yith, so again, obviously it does come down to Barmaid being able to utilize that flywheel well and not get immediately stuffed at the cipher while Wildling's across the map for the rescue. But even so, even if Barmaid does get intercepted here, I feel like with Wildling and Antiquarian, both of them can make it back to that cipher relatively fast. So
Definitely.
yeah, it's gonna be it's just very tense for Ivy right now because her greatest weakness is these large maps, is this ability to kind of spread out the survivor's attention and pressure the multiple ciphers at once here, as well as the survivors have enough people around in this endgame to be able to put on a lot of map pressure and really it all comes down to the ability to force Ivy into as many different directions as possible. And with 3 out of 4 survivors still up, well, two out of the 3 remaining survivors are still up, but it is Antiquarian's first share as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of time that they can waste here. Definitely a lot of time that they can buy in order to complete the ciphers. So yeah, it is
Definitely.
very tight coming in.
Definitely. And honestly, worst case scenario for our survivors here, Barmaid might have to start a new cipher if there's one available. Though I'm not sure if they had decoded the cipher on Big Boat or not. But if they didn't, then that could be a huge problem considering their only other open cipher is right where the Antiquarian is shared.
Yeah.
However, if our wildling is able to successfully get off this rescue and delay enough time for this barmaid to decode, then this could be looking like a maybe 2-person endgame here, or maybe even a 3 if Antiquarian is able to like really lock down that Ivy for long enough. However, while we are on this technical pause.
Oh no! Okay, so one of the players' power went out, so we're waiting
Oh!
for them to get back on. So okay, it looks like we are
Okay,
back.
okay. All right, we're back. Oh my gosh.
It's so unfortunate losing power in the middle of a match. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yep, we are gonna get that rescue off here from Wildling. The Yith looking for Barmaid.
We are going to be seeing that Cypher pop though, with I believe that that's the barmaid being corrupted by the Yithian. Yup. Are we going to be seeing the? Oh, gets the terror shock on the barmaid.
And we do have, yup, and that's going to be our teleport, immediately teleporting to the opposite gate. Wildling in the area, but he does have Boar back up, so we will see him get on there. If Barmaid's able to self-heal, we can absolutely just pressure that other gate. What was the Yith? I guess we're going to have to find out, but was the Yith left over there? No, we're actually going to go ahead and put the Yith back over at this gate, leaving Barmaid uncamped.
However, that
is on the gate here. Of course, it is an Antiquarian.
Yeah, that is an Antiquarian on the gate. Oh, she does not have any more stick though. It looks like she used it while trying to get out of basement.
Yup.
Oh, we're seeing the terror shot come out again.
Yes, Yithed out of that gets out of the vault initially and then just not able to get over the pallet in time. Very nicely done from Ivy. Now we do have survivors at the opposite gate looking to open it. Yith returning to the boat gate, but no, this gate is going to be open before she is able to make it there. So that is going to be a 2-man escape at least for Rui Potato's survivors. We just have to get back to the Antiquarian.
Antiquarian gets up!
Back up, and she can't Yith just yet. Does she know where she doesn't
know where dungeon is. She doesn't know where dungeon is.
Oh no.
Oh, and unfortunately falls to corruption.
No.
Oh no.
If she had known where the dungeon is, that absolutely could have been a push for a 3-man escape, but a tie after all of that, still very, very impressive and very well played for Rui Potato survivors. And that's exactly what we were saying in the beginning about the Ivy pick being a little bit controversial, I would say. Just not having that endgame 4K potential, especially on a map as huge as Lakeside. She just isn't fast enough to reach the opposite gate. And
it's hard. It's so hard, even with how even with how fast the Yith is. It's even okay.
Even with how fast the Ivy, yeah, the Yith is fast. I feel like maybe if we had left main body over, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it would have taken too long to have the Yith go to Cornfield Gate and then Yith the survivor there and then pull the Yith back to Camp Antiquarian and then teleport.
I think leaving the Yith on top of the barmaid probably would have been best bet, because by that time that barmaid healed up, I believe the Yith leech would have been off cooldown by that point.
Mm-hmm.
But still very well played for our survivors here, being able to like really coordinate. As long as like Composer kited, they still got they got pressured super like badly in that later game, especially once that Antiquarian got chaired. But missing that Wildling was really bad for that. Was really bad for that Ivy, and unfortunately, it just pretty much gave Ivy no chance to cut off that rescue.
Yeah, just really, really well played. These survivor teams have been absolutely incredible in the past few rounds. So, but no, not, I guess. I can't think of the word, but like disenfranchising the hunter playing here, because it is, the biggest counter to any hunter is well coordinated teams, and these teams are just playing so beautifully that it's incredibly difficult to go against a team. Now, I will say, I think that a hunter pick with a little bit more Cypher pressure. I can't. I just can't think of the hunter that I'm going for right now. But you know, there is a hunter that can pressure both multiple survivors at once, as well as ciphers, and get some distributed damage across the team pretty effectively.
Oh man, I wonder who
I've
clones could be.
happened to have caught a cold in the past 15 seconds.
Oh man, if only there was a hunter like that.
If only that,
Maybe
yeah. But I feel
get
like, you
on
know,
it. All right,
it
come
is
on, Nutties.
also.
Come on, Nutties, get on it.
Well, that's what QS is gonna be.
Oh god. Alva
Just
2.0.
eight ball across the map. See, I feel
Oh
like you
my
could, you know,
gosh.
like the ball teleport that Hermit has, you could kind of just like, you know, you just make that a pool.
Yeah, if you
Pool,
just make that
yeah,
a pool ball, yeah.
exactly, yeah.
I mean, like he
But
actually now that I think about it, what is the cat cult and their obsession with like staff? It's like staffs. Or, like
they look cool.
yeah, they look cool, but like
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure like
they look cool.
does ants really count as a staff? I mean, it's
And it's a
long.
cross.
It's a cross. Yeah.
It's like a cross stake. It's like what she was killed on.
Yeah,
Set
killed
up.
on. Yeah. But, I
I
mean,
will say though,
Hermit has a staff.
yeah, Perma has the stuff. My introduction to IDV was actually Anne's initial trailer. I didn't start playing at that time, but I was like, wow, this is like the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then I forgot it existed for like another 4 months. So, but she has a special place in my heart because of that, because she was like my introduction to IDV. Like that was the
Yeah.
first thing I ever saw. And she's
Uh,
just awesome.
yeah. Horrible confession. Mine was
Mhm.
Danganronpa. I was one of those people.
I've never played it. I've
Well,
never
neither have half of the
experienced
Danganronpa
it.
fans.
That's true.
But yeah, I came in around Danganronpa crossover 1. So that was like, oh my god, that was like how many years ago now? That was that like 5 years ago?
Oh my
But
god, that was like 5 years ago.
that was like 5
I
years
guess a
ago. Oh
little
my
bit
god,
under.
that's
Oh,
crazy.
I've been playing IDV for almost 5 years. Ah!
Oh my god! No, 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 no,
Oh
no,
my
no.
god, like 5 years straight, almost every single day. Help! Help! Let me out!
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
trapped. I'm trapped in Elitist Manor.
We're never escaping. Look, look
Please
at my
stop
gang
touching
dog. We're never
gunpoint,
escaping.
please.
We're never escaping the manor. Oh my gosh.
I'm not escaping the manor.
We're never escaping the manor. Oh my gosh. But yeah, oh my god, it's been so long since then. But
Yeah, wow. I mean, the game has just changed so much too. I feel like there's like stages of like old gen versus new gen, because there's new gens who only joined after Flywheel, and then there's new gens who only joined after like IV Opera.
mhm.
And I feel like that's like the new gen because like I was playing with like a newer friend to the game, and they didn't know how Dreamwitch worked, and I was like, how don't you know how Dreamwitch worked? Wait, you
Oh, you
haven't
poor
been like
soul. Oh, you poor
alive.
soul.
I'm like, wait, Dreamwitch hasn't been meta in like like 10
Years,
seasons. At least no,
right?
only like 20. Oh my god. What season? We're almost on season 40? Help! Help!
Are we on almost season 4? Oh my god, we're almost on
We're
season
almost on
40.
season 40. I think it's like season 38 right now.
Oh my
Like
god.
37 or 38. Are we on
Oh my
38
god,
right
it's
now? I don't know.
I swear season 15 was just like what a few months ago. I swear to god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's just crazy to think about. I'm so old.
Oh my god. That's horrible.
I've been
Dude,
here for so long, but heading into
I started playing Ivy. I mean, not I started playing IDV before I graduated high school. That's crazy.
No, me too. That's scary. I don't like thinking about that. But enough thinking about high school. We are gonna get into
Yeah,
round
no more of
three,
that.
second half. Oh god. Round three, second half. We've got Seer and Embalmer on our bands, Ivy and Hullabaloo on our hunter band. So Rui Potatoes unable to access the Fantastic Four have now been all put in ban jail, with Goatman and Ivy having been played. Opera and Hullabaloo in bands. So completely new hunter upcoming. Up and coming. But for our first two survivor picks, we will see Acrobat as well as Gardener. I feel like Gardner here is like I love seeing Gardner. She's very strong.
Mhm.
Interesting to see her at this point, like with the opera
Oh
ban,
yeah,
because
so
she
like with
was
Opera
very
Bond,
popular.
yeah.
Yeah. Opera off the table, Gardner on. Like this does look like an anti-opera comp, but this also works against pretty much any tanky hunter. We've also got Gravekeeper coming out here finally, so he will be entering the global bans after this round. These are our last 3 global bans as well. Global bans do not extend past round 3, so for round 4 and potentially round 5 as well, we will be seeing no more global bans, which does expand the range of how bold the survivors can get
Oh.
with their picks.
With these picks and bans, do you think we might be able to expect a Dream Witch?
I I feel like that's definitely on the table. Especially,
'Cause
yeah, I feel like we
with
could be
that,
seeing a Dream Witch here. Which would be
yeah,
very
'cause
exciting. I was just talking about how
yeah,
Dream Witch
Barmaid.
is falling off,
Oh
but
my God, Barmaid. Yeah, Barmaid global ban. You don't need to worry
Barmaid
about banning
Global
her.
Ban. Yup, Barmaid
Psychologist
Global
gone.
Ban.
You got Seer and Embalmer banned. That Merc and Antiquarian, both all of them are like
Yup.
Dream Witch counters.
Textbook Dream Witch. Now this is a pretty tanky comp against Dream Witch as well, so I feel like it is still a
Mhm.
little bit dangerous for her to come out. I'd like to see her next round now that we've got Acrobat
Definitely.
Gardener and Gravekeeper in the global bans. But I mean the stage is still open. I feel like we can kind of revisit the Wax Artist, Gamekeeper from last round,
Definitely.
or from last half. Possible Hermit as well. I mean, having the Meta Hunters band really just opens up the stage for pretty much any selection. So it's very exciting. This is why I love best of 5, and this is why I'm very happy that we were able to, kind of see these matches through, because it is, as more of the meta hunters and more of the meta survivors get taken out back, it just clears room for more and more interesting picks. And it's
Yeah.
always exciting to see, especially when teams have to, kind of scrounge around and go, all right, who are we going to sacrifice? What are we going to head into this with? Especially, from WWW Survivor's perspective, there are just so many possible hunters to go with here for Rui Potatoes. So it
Yeah.
is I feel like it's a very tense band pick here.
Oh, we're gonna be seeing the Dream Witch come out. Yes.
Yes! We are gonna see
Oh
that
my
Dream Witch.
gosh.
Wow.
I love to see Dream Witch gameplay. I think it's honestly, it's
It's
very,
scary. It's
it's
scary.
it's scary. Honestly, if you get a really good Dream Witch, I don't remember how it turned out, but I know we did see a Dream Witch earlier in this competition. I think from CH4.
Yeah, yeah.
But being able to see that Dream Witch come out again in our finals here, it's super exciting because we were just talking about her. Oh
I
my
feel like
gosh.
see, if I can manifest a Dream Witch, I can manifest a Hermit, okay?
Listen, that's gonna be me manifesting a Hoster round 5, maybe if we're lucky.
Hey, anything can happen. Anything can happen. But no, I'm so excited to see the Dream Witch. And again, we are in a situation where Rui Potatoes only needs a tie. They do need a tie, but the potential of Dream Witch is just incredible, especially in experienced hands. We do have, um, a lot of a lot of map control potential. Again, it's Dream Witch. I feel like she's very, as long as we don't have a repeat of last match with Ivy, where where she ends up just tunnel visioned on one target, unable to
Mhm.
really get a lot of map presence and map control. I feel like that's really going to be the make or break here. And again, Dream Witch does kind of have the same, I would say, weaknesses as Ivy in terms of that map control. I would say
Yeah.
even a little bit weaker because of the fact that the leeches don't have unlimited rain. They do have to stay close to
Yes.
the main body, so
And
it's
you don't
definitely going
have
to
like
take a lot of
obstacles.
maneuvering from that main body. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of just ground to cover. So I feel like I feel like it's definitely a tough situation here, especially with these tanky survivor picks once again. But yeah,
Yeah.
happy Dream Witch.
Happy dream witching. Yes, this is okay. All right, so This is round 3, second half. I'm Sam. I'm joined here with Bones as my co-commentator. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. And I feel like at this point it really is going to be, these teams need to push for 3-4, whether that's 3-4 escape, 3-4 elimination. That's what we need to push for here because we're pretty tied up. So Rui Potato is definitely hungry, WWW definitely hungry, and we are going to see our knight taking the first chase here. Immediately going to get that leech down, the main body leech on the way, looking for an early sandwich here. Oh, beautifully done with the attack prediction there. And we are going to see the no skill prediction as well. Yep, that is going to go through. Knight is going to get that speed boost as well as that shield.
That, oh my god, that attack predict was so perfectly timed. However, if that Dream Witch is able to shred through this knight's helmets, we're gonna be seeing that helmet come in. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what he predicted, but that is a waste of a.
Oh wait, yep, it was attack and nothing. Oh wow!
Oh, still gets it off. Still gets it off. Are we gonna be seeing one more patroller bite come in? Oh, we're gonna be seeing the flywheel come out to counter it.
Wow! Really well done from Knight.
Now he does have one more helmet. We're gonna be seeing that come out.
Final helmet once again going to go for the attack and the
it only counted on the second. It only counted on the second leech.
Wow.
Oh, that is so. Oh, that is some like
Dream Witch has night counter. Dream Witch has night counter.
Oh my god.
I feel like it's very give or take there, but yeah, beautifully done from the Knight. We still got Patroller here, one more Patroller coming out. Knight has used most of his resources. Oh, beautifully done with the pallet drop, and not able to get the bite, not able to get the bite again! Using this pallet just to kite out the Patroller, are able to get the bite right at the end!
Finally get the bite. Are we gonna be able to mind game this pallet though? Are we gonna be able to mind game this?
Oh, it's gonna be close. And yeah, unfortunately not quite able.
Oh my gosh,
take the single hit, then try to get the terror shock in and give Dream Witch a little bit more presence. But once again, we are going to see a 3 Cypher kite here from WWW Survivors.
Oh, this is a basement though here. Oh, maybe
yeah,
not.
We do have basement. Well, we have basement.
We're preventing that struggle out.
Yup, we're looking for the struggle. Knight is going to struggle here. Is he? Nope, not quite able to get out of the animation in time before the leech catches up. Very well played from Dream Witch here, but a little bit risky. It is just going to take more time to go for the chair. And those ciphers, both of the final ciphers are passing 50%.
Wait, we have do we have an early? We do have an early rescue coming in here. Is that the Gravekeeper? That's the Gravekeeper.
Yup,
honestly, we'll counter this basement.
Uh-oh, we do have Patroller coming through.
Yeah, but we're gonna be seeing that. We're gonna be seeing that get canceled with the shovel. Are we seeing a no drop hit? But are we gonna be seeing a Tide Turner come out? No, we're gonna.
Yep, Tide Turner here.
Tide Turner come out. Are we going for a double down on that Gravekeeper? No, we're just gonna be going for that Knight. We get a drop hit. Oh, flywheel just barely not coming off cooldown. We're gonna be seeing his second shovel come out though.
Yup, and oh, the leech was not above the stairs, so Gravekeeper able to get a little bit more distance. It is still going to be a double down, but
wait, take the Cypher bomb!
And all survivors do have borrowed time other than the Gardener, who wasn't in the line of fire. Gardener is going to be on that gate though, and we will see another leech come through here, but this is a 4-man end game.
Oh, this could be really good for the survivors here if they're able to get that gate open. It looks like we're gonna be seeing that front gate open.
Yup, gate is open.
Our Dream Witch isn't able to find the Knight.
Wait, dungeon! The survivors are at the gate! They need to get out the gate!
Oh, no! The coming up! No!
Yeah, crawl. Wow!
Oh,
Gravekeeper just a moment too late on that exit. That could have been a 4-man escape, but even so, 3-man escape giving WWW the lead here. Just absolutely incredible Survivor gameplay. And I was saying right before the match started, like, if this is the most important thing for Rui Potato's Hunter is to not get kited like that in the early game, and that is exactly what that Knight was able to do, is just keep that containment going for 3 ciphers. The rescue beautifully done from the Gravekeeper. Just seeing that coordination and really taking advantage of the fact that Dream Witch doesn't have that much map control on a map as large as Lakeside Village. Just beautifully played.
Yeah, same. Dream Witch often struggles from the same issues that we see Ivy struggle from, being that it's just a really Lakeside is a really tough map that you have to multitask on. But even if you are like perfectly multitasking, it's just like it's still you have to play so precisely. It's really
Mhm.
difficult.
Yeah, just so well played by those survivors, and I mean, I just wanna I wanna rewatch that initial kite from the
Was
night,
that a
being
was that a
able to
double
kite through
cipher
that
pop?
patroller. It was a
It
double cipher pop,
it
yeah.
was a double cipher pop. Oh my
Yep,
gosh.
just one after the other. They were both going at about the same trajectory.
That
Just
night
so
that
yeah.
night played that kite so well, using that follower to cancel the troll bite in front of the window, not giving that free hit, being able to stall for 3 ciphers to pop, and then
And
that
the
gravekeeper.
predict, the initial
Yes!
predict as well, the
Yes!
first
That
attack
that
predict to go
attack,
through, just absolutely incredibly done.
that had to be, like, frame perfect. If I'm not if I like, I will
I
call
think
I
so, because
that had to be frame perfect.
it would have been eaten by like the skill to switch, right? If it had been just a
No,
second earlier.
I don't believe switching would count as,
Oh,
using the
oh, because
skill.
it like it's only on the leech, but
Yeah,
it goes across all the leeches, I think. So
yeah.
I'll have to study this. I don't play either of these characters, so
I I I don't either. I wish I played Dream Witch, I don't play it, but
I wish I played Dreamwitch. I also wish I played Knight. Um, I should play Knight, honestly. I do want to sit down and like learn all of the rescuers because I feel like it's my duty as an old gen rescuer main. The problem is that the new rescuers are all so confusing. Like, what am I supposed to do with Knight? Why do I have to predict things? Why can't I just run?
yeah, right.
I
Which
like
is
running.
honestly,
Why I play Merc.
it's kind of why I'm a little excited for Escapologist because his rescuing method is just really straightforward.
Yeah,
Like I know you said you hadn't watched his ability
I know
trailer
he
yet.
can like swap
Yeah,
chairs.
he can swap chairs, so it counters those super hard to camp like characters like
Oh God! Wait,
Anne
so like
like
he can like swap out of like the chair on Lakeside, the
yeah
boat chair on Lakeside.
yeah he can swap out of any chair as long as it's nearby or they didn't explain it really well, but if he
Yeah,
has
I
like
feel like
his
it'll make more
item
sense when we actually see gameplay.
yeah if he has his item next to a chair he can swap him or a teammate to that chair. And also just being
Wow.
able to completely negate that first bit of damage and dash forward. That could if he's able to hide
That's
early
just
game.
why. That's just why. Why? Why?
I don't know. It's one
Why
of those
would you do
extra
that?
layers. One of those extra layers they gotta add, but it could be like the gateway to really strong first rescues.
Yeah. I miss when Professor released and I was like, this is kind of OP.
Yeah.
Oh, baby bones, you had no idea. You had no
You had
idea
no
what was
idea what
going to
was
happen.
coming.
That was like 4 years ago now.
That was like a taste of what we got now.
Yep.
But
Yep. Oh, I was so mad about Professor Release because not I was like, this is not my wizard, and he's annoying, and he has all of this extra stuff in his kit that doesn't make sense.
and then he turned out to be shit. But
Yeah, well, he's not that bad. I mean, we've kind of seen him get his little niche in meta
yeah,
against Goatman.
after his recent buff, I do say
Yeah.
we've seen more of him recently.
I feel like the thing with him is that he's just kind of he's very
He's too
situational and I feel like
yeah,
he's a
he's too
little bit
situational.
underutilized. I
Yeah.
feel like he's also he's unappreciated for the like full extent of his kit because the slowdown on hits is absolutely like that can
Oh yeah,
be just
that could be game
exploited
changing.
really hard. It is game changing. Like it is very game changing, especially like you have Professor even just being nearby during a rescue or being nearby
Yes.
during a kite slows down the hunter's attack. So and I feel like on some level it does make things a little bit harder, especially if you're like me and you played Perfumer for like 6 months straight, and so you're so locked into that timing that anything slower than that timing is like, why was that not an instant perfume? Wait, where did the hitbox
Yes.
go? But
Yep.
even like being able to prepare for that, and especially when he's utilized within teams. I mean, we did see Persica do some incredible work with the professor during Koa qualifiers as well as during I don't remember if he was played during Koa, but Koa qualifiers we definitely saw a lot of that
Koa.
professor.
Yep. I did
Upper Koa.
Papa
Main
Koa, yeah.
stage.
Main stage Koa, yeah. I don't believe we saw him during co-op. I try. Listen, I tried to keep up with all the matches. There's just too many.
I'm
But
still going back and watching them.
I still have to work on that. But either way, Professor, he's just not a super popular pick. We just don't see him that often. But when we do, we saw one earlier in LO. I believe it was also episode 2 or day 2.
Yeah.
We saw I believe it was against the Geisha. I believe it was a professor on Moonlit. If I'm I'm pretty sure it was a professor on Moonlit.
Well, we can verify that one later.
Yeah. But Professor is, as long as, because he also has like being able to share his skills with his teammates.
Yes.
It
Even
can
if
be
it is
super.
just, a second knockback, that second knockback can be absolutely game changing.
Can survivors use, like, because you know how, like, if you scale as Professor and then you like vault over, like, you just can't get hit, right? Can other survivors do that when they have a scale?
I don't know if it lasts long enough. I think it might be slightly shorter.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
It's slightly shorter, and also because other survivors, I think that part of the untouchable Professor over palette is also the hitbox slowdown.
Yeah.
And because that doesn't apply to other survivors, I feel like that might make it impossible, but I'd have to test that, honestly. But I do think that the scale duration is slightly shorter for when it's used by a survivor. Or it might
Yeah.
just be the hitbox. The fact that there's no attack slowdown makes it
Yeah,
feel
that
way.
that could be a really huge
Yeah.
reason as to why.
But either way,
But
I mean, Professor does just have that much potential. But heading into first half of round 4, we're on Moonlit River Park. So yeah, really going with these big maps. I feel like both teams are like, all right, clearly the big maps are not fun for either hunters. So we're gonna just continue to pick them and rely on our survivors to gain as many points as possible, which is not a bad strategy at all.
definitely. Now it is Moonlit, and I'm gonna have to ask the Hermit expert here. How good is he on Moonlit?
He's very good on Moonlit. He's one of the only hunters that can really maneuver between the stops. He can just cross the bridge with his teleport. And
So,
yeah, like
honestly,
he's very strong on Moonlit. There's a lot of open space as well to land stuns. So I would definitely, if we are gonna see a Hermit, I feel like now is a very good time to
this is
bring
the
him out.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because what we have, that psychologist, that puppeteer, that gravekeeper, like we got that barmaid like globally banned. You could
Yep.
focus on those like more niche counters towards Hermit.
Yeah, like getting I mean at this point I feel like it's if we end up seeing a doctor ban, I guess we know where we're going.
Yeah, I guess we know
I mean,
what we're going.
There's a lot of hunters that are good on Moonlit. We could see that wax artist we've been talking about. Gamekeeper as well has been a very popular Moonlit pick because of his utilization around the stops. Lizard, we could see a Lizard.
Possibly Lizard.
Lizard's
Possibly
good.
Lizard.
Yeah, Lizard's good on this map. I would say Naiad's not too bad. She does have a lot of potential for movement as well as just being able to cipher pressure as well. And okay, we're actually going to see that Mercenary finally let out, as well as Embalmer. So WWW kind of taking advantage of the fact that their Embalmer was not their first selection here, and pulling him out now. And again, we are in round 4, so there are no more global bans, which means that Embalmer and Mercenary will both be selectable next round as well. So yeah, definitely very good on WWW Survivor's part for conserving these characters within the band pick, especially that Embalmer, because right now we are actually we're tied up in points right now. Yeah, so we're a round up on WWW's currently in the lead by 1 round. So right now they just need to get as many escapes as possible, or even just tying the next 2 rounds will give them the victory. But if they can tie both rounds as well as win this, if WWW wins this round, then they will win. Rui Potatoes needs to win this round in order to tie things up yet again. So yeah,
and then it's up to our final two.
Looks like we've got. Is that a prisoner ban?
That is a prisoner ban.
Prisoner ban here. So I would say we could see another Dakota. Oh, okay, we're gonna see. Hey, that's the journalist I was talking about.
Yes, just manifesting all the characters.
Seeing journalist gameplay.
Are we finally? Listen, he's been he's been locked up. Are we gonna finally see him? You know who?
You know who?
You know who?
I don't know. That's scary.
You've been manifesting him this entire game.
Talking about Hermit, I don't want to talk about Hermit, but I mean, I feel like Hermit against this comp is definitely give or take, because we do have. So the thing with Hermit, against like journalists is that you can kind of mind game with the orphans, and use them to damage other survivors as well. We're going to see Patient for that last pick here. Aeroplanist, unfortunately, inaccessible, but we are going to see a good replacement for him. Patient also definitely very strong around the stops, as well as just, anywhere with levels is kind of the Patient's friend. So being able to have him unlock here, definitely very good for WWW survivors. But also with that Hermit mention, against Mercenary can be very effective as well, especially if we do see some more chasing the rescue first that we've seen in a few of these matches so far. Mercenary is a little bit weak to Hermit because of that 1.2 damage. He can't really utilize that the delayed damage unless he's able to get polarity with the rest of the team and share that can extend his kite, but there's not as much that he can do.
Yeah.
But yeah, just waiting on the Hunter pick here. I'm definitely curious as well if we're going to see a lot of borrowed time coming in from these survivors. Night Watch was not what I had expected here.
I mean, neither did I. Night Watch on. I'm not sure how great Night Watch on Moonlit is.
I feel like Night Watch is very situational on Moonlit, especially since he did get nerfed out of his dashes. But he's not.
However,
I feel like I don't know. I feel like he's not. He's kind of on par, I would say, with other Hunter selections here, just because kind of, at this point we do have Acrobat. My God, no, that's Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo, Opera, Ivy, Goatman, Dream Witch, with all of those off the table. I feel like Night Watch is kind of a natural progression here if we're just kind of traveling backwards in time through the meta.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, considering what we have here, I think it might be kind of hard for the Night Watch, because against that journalist, it's a single hit Hunter, as well as he's able to pull that distance. If that journalist is first kite, like we see most of them have borrowed time except for that Embalmer.
Yep. And we also have a lot of Flywheel. Flywheel definitely very effective against the Night Watch. So be interesting to see, which direction we go. It does look like we are in place to go after the Patient, but fourth stop, a very strong area for that Patient. And we did just see, how effective that first kite was from the same player in the last match. So, first chase again, definitely an opportunity for redemption here from Rui Potato's Hunter. We could also see Mercenary taking first chase. I feel like wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Obviously, you do have the elbow pads to deal with, but with Night Watch's ability to kind of slow down and speed up himself, and Mercenary only having Tide Turner, only having those elbow pads, forcing him to waste at least one of them could be, It is interesting, though, that we've actually placed Mercenary in the strongest area of the map, though. That's not something that you see every day. I feel like it's a little bit of mind gaming, though.
Absolutely. All right, heading into round 4 first half. I'm Sam. I'm with Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. Oh, we're going to actually use the Zeta Winners accessory back from IJL, but I'm very excited to see the Zeta cosmetics that come out of winning Koa. But it looks like we are actually going to take that Mercenary as first chase here. Really? Oh, wait, are we? Oh, we did not quite see Mercenary going upstairs.
Whoa! Oh! Oh.
Oh my God!
He just...
It's mind game for mind game for mind game. Mercenary just getting tripped by the heartbeat.
Oh.
And he is going to elbow pad out into the open here, looking for these pallets. Night Watch not quite able to connect the hit. Oh my God.
Oh my God. I don't know what to say.
just playing around this palette here. We've got the wind up once again. Mercenary nearly out of elbow heads. We do still have one more to get through. But wow, we're gonna rotate into the Embalmer here and towards the coaster as well. Are we gonna be able to use the coaster here? Coaster taking off and Embalmer taking the hit as well. Mercenary not going to get knocked off the coaster, but this does mean Embalmer will take the kite from him. Not the worst thing in the world.
However, yeah, our Night Watch doesn't have blink though, and our Embalmer does have. Our Embalmer is the one person with a Sui build. So, we're not going to be seeing the flywheel come out. Are we going to be seeing the coffin come out? We're going to be waiting until we get shared.
Not. I don't know. I feel like we're close. We're very close to having 2 ciphers pop too. So the coffin.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that 93% cipher is the one
yeah.
next to the Embalmer share. Okay, we're not going to use the coffin. I would say Journalist is probably going to come in for this rescue.
Yeah,
here.
we do have.
She does obviously have the doll. Yep. Okay, there she
we
is.
do have our
She's
Journalist going in
here.
Ooh, we're baiting out the swing. Oh, it's a rescue.
Good.
We're gonna see the flywheel come out, gets the successful bump. There's no blink in play though. We're gonna be. Oh, are we gonna be seeing that? We're seeing the down.
Yeah.
Our Journalist doesn't have tide, so we might be seeing that coffin come out.
Yeah, I would definitely say we're gonna just go ahead, go for the coffin. A little bit unfortunate that the coaster is no longer in the area, but we do still have both pallets dropped here. I would say, yeah, Night Watch is just gonna go ahead and take this opportunity to break
let the timer
coffin's
expire.
right there. Don't need to go anywhere.
Yeah, break those pallets so the Embalmer isn't able to use them for any speed boost. But the shield is gonna give him a little bit of time to rotate and get those, to get to those pallets. But the wind is gonna be slowing him down. No flywheel in play.
Nicely done. Embalmer is going to go down, just going to die in a corner here as far away as possible. Just trying to waste as much time for his team. Nightwatch is at full presence now. And we do have ciphers on the way. They're still looking a little bit slow though. We're kind of missing that final cipher as of now.
Yeah, being as we didn't. Yeah, they lost that first stop coaster, and we do have that Night Watch with Warp here that we might be seeing come out here soon.
Yup, just looking for his next target. Oh, we're actually going to
teleport.
not use Warp at all, switching to Teleport. A little bit unfortunate there, that trump card not quite as effective, I say, as he would have hoped, but heading on to Journalist.
Oh!
Oh! It was gorgeous with the oh! Wow. Missing the input on that dash is going to get caught on the pews there in the middle of the tent. Oh, and gets the Journalist with a beautiful palace from the orphan.
Oh, unfortunately, we're going to see the flywheel come out. Our camera's back. Our camera's just back up on time. We're gonna be holding the camera. Are we gonna be seeing the successful body block? No, we're not yet. But our Journalist does have borrowed time.
Be saved for after share, and Mercenary still has Tide Turner.
It does look like our patient is nearby though. Our patient does not have Tide, but I don't think our Journalist needs it here.
Yeah, she does still have she still has the camera. Patient, ooh,
nice flywheel coming out.
Oh, and also vaulting the pallet, just getting a little bit more space, not quite using the hook right away. We are going to use it now, though, just trying to waste as much time around the pallet as possible for Mercenary to prime the Cypher, because it is a Mercenary priming the Cypher. Can definitely be very difficult. It does look like Nightwatch has possibly looked at the Cypher shaking, but it is still only at around 40% right now. So, yeah, Patient just trying to waste as much time as possible. Are we going to go for the after half rescue?
We might, because that Mercenary... Yeah, we needed that Mercenary to... Oh, are we just gonna... We're forcing the rescue. Oh, wasting a hook, though! Yeah, our Mercenary had to start a completely new Cypher. Are we gonna be seeing the body block come out? Successful body block! And the patient didn't go down either! So we are gonna have that patient nearby. Are we gonna be seeing the patient go down here? We are gonna be seeing that patient. However, our Journalist is out of items. Cypher is at 80%. We're gonna be just opting to chair that patient instead. Our Journalist does have borrowed time.
Yep. Yeah, if we're able to use borrowed time here, Patient's first chair, Journalist can rescue before half, and then Mercenary with Tide Turner coming in towards the end. Survivor's really setting up for a good endgame here. Journalist just trying to waste time. The Cypher is primed, trying to bait out the wind, but she is just going to go down. Cypher pops. Successful rescue.
We're seeing the Journalist go down?
We're going to be able to get Journalist down here.
Unfortunately, Flywheel not ready just in time, but our patient does still have one hook left for him. We're going to be opting to share near that patient. Now, are we going to be seeing... Yep, Journalist is dead on chair. So we might be seeing that one-man endgame here. If Patient is able to last long enough for that Mercenary to open gate. Teleport is still up.
I think Dungeon, I believe, is behind the tent. Okay,
No.
no.
Oh,
Okay, no, it's
oh,
over. It's over
no,
by
it's
the
on-
bridge.
it's
So
by
patient,
bridge,
patient can honestly rotate towards it. Oh, not having warp here, really unfortunate for the Night Watch. That exit gate is open though. Mercenary can get out, but he does still have Tide Turner. He can definitely hold on to it if Night Watch uses teleport
Oh,
here.
he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't know where the dungeon is. I don't think he knows where the dungeon is.
Well, I think
Wait,
patient
he
might know. Patient's definitely heading in that direction, but we are out of
Are we seeing that?
Yeah, we're
Oh,
out of
success.
here. We do
Final
have
coming up.
We're gonna
Oh,
see
but
the
gets
heavy
baited by the charge
get
attack.
out with the heavy hit. That is going to be a one-man escape though for WWW, still putting them in a good position, a good win position here, but nicely done from Nightwatch here. Really an unexpected pick, I would say, and definitely an unexpected pick for that three-man elimination, but just very effective use of his kit, and very well done, you know, not wasting a lot of those dashes and a lot of those speed boosts.
Definitely. Especially with just, oh my god, just the way that they played that end game. Like, unfortunately, Patient had to waste a hook earlier, but it was just in time. It was just trying to stall for that journalist so that Mercenary could prime that cipher. Unfortunately, it got canceled because the Night Watch wanted, as soon as that chair hit after half, that's when that's when our Night Watch wanted to force that rescue at that point. Because waiting for after half is that moment when you want to force them to rescue him. Unfortunately, yeah, just Merc wasn't able to, like, he had to start an entirely new cipher, so he wasn't able to prime it fast enough. Yeah, very well played from everyone, honestly. It was a little rough with that Mercenary dropping down right in front of the Night Watch, but
I need to rewatch that part. That was absolutely just. I feel like from Mercenary's perspective, he probably had the heartbeat very strong and thought that Nightwatch was like heading up the stairs. But yeah, just so unfortunate that he got caught out like that, and just what a way to start off the game as well. I mean, that was just such an
absolutely.
incredible match.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, it started out rough. Admittedly, the Merc got hit really early. He was able to use those elbow pads though to rotate away as fast as he could. But yeah, just pulling that distance from Nightwatch, preventing him from getting presence too early in the game. The Embalmer, unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get on coaster because of not wanting to risk that terror shock.
Yep.
If he had gotten on that coaster, it would have been really bad for our Nightwatch here. But unfortunately, it was just too risky to try and go for.
Well, I feel like Nightwatch might have been able to use the warp to catch up as well, but
That's true.
having Embalmer in his sights like that, I almost wonder if things would have been different if he used the warp to catch up, because he could have warped like directly onto the stop and then Terror Shock the Merc off of it. But even
Yeah.
so, like I feel like I feel like it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the match, and I think that forcing the Embalmer off of that cipher definitely helped stall the cipher progress long enough to get a little bit more
Definitely.
momentum for the Hunter as well. And I do want to actually commend the Mercenary for being able to leave the match with one elbow pad, even despite everything that happened in the early game.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I just keeping that elbow pad on reserve, just in case for that end game rescue. Definitely very, very well played. I'm a little bit disappointed that he didn't actually get to rescue, but even so, just buying that time in the early game and getting on that coaster, just huge for the survival momentum there.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, it was a double rescuer team without a decoder, so it's just like you're losing out on a lot of decoding progress. So unless your team is able to stall really well, then you're gonna be struggling to get those ciphers finished.
And then having Mercenary on the Prime Cipher as well, out of
Yeah.
any survivor, just, you know, the cards fell as they did, unfortunately, without any healers. It was definitely more efficient to have other survivors going for the rescues and allowing Mercenary to just, you know, sit and sit and decoder Merc, kind of forced to reckon with his demons there for a while, but, you know, gladly he's okay. Maybe with a little bit of survivor's guilt after that being the only escape, but, you know, nothing new for him.
Yeah. But it does look like we're gonna be moving into our BP phase for round 4 second half. we're gonna be having WWW hunting this time and Rui Potato surviving.
Yep, and seeing Composer in the global bans is just
It's a little
it's
baffling.
unexpected in the best way, I feel like. But yeah, I'm definitely, you know, I'm banking on that Hermit here. All right, we're going
He's
all
a
in. I'm
really
banking on that
solid. He's
Hermit.
a really solid pick for this map.
Yeah, and WWW needs a 4-man elimination here.
That's
Or
true.
if they are able to get a 4-man elimination here, then they win right now.
Yes.
And we don't go to round 5. So I feel like Hermit can be a little bit, I would say, a little bit risky because we do obviously there is you know, he can be mind gamed into you know, giving up a lot of space, I would say. So and especially against a coordinated team, you know, being able to distribute those heals, being on VC, Hermit can kind of fall victim to that, but he is still very, very strong, and especially on Moonlit, you know, there's kind of there are very few effective places to kite him, and if he's able to conserve his stuns well and able to keep up the accuracy on that, I think Hermit would be a very effective pick here, especially with so many of his counters being on the global bans list already.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with that acrobat being banned, that psychologist being banned, we just want to remove that tank that we can.
Yeah. All right, we've got our first 2 survivor picks in here as well. We've got Prisoner as well as Mercenary. Once again, that Mercenary coming out free from global bans and just able to be a reliable rescuer. And Priestess is going to be our next man. I'm almost surprised that Priestess wasn't a first pick here, but I definitely understand wanting to get that decoding action in early, especially since Rui Potato's survivors do need to get at least a tie here in order to keep their dreams alive. Or I at least a 3-man.
3-man.
Well,
yeah.
one man to tie. Yes, 1 man to tie the round. But
Yeah, so far
a tie to tie up the rounds.
If our WWW Hunter wants to 4-man this, the Hermit pick might need to come out.
But we do have a mechanic on the team, though. That can definitely make things a little bit more difficult. We do have Barmaid on the bans list. I feel like we might, you know,
Are we seeing it? We might see it coming.
I'm seeing the future. I'm becoming the seer, and we do Magician as well does kind of point towards that. We're looking for Hermit counters too because he was recently buffed to be the decoys now eat the stuns. They eat the charges, so that can be very effective against a Hermit if that is what we see. But just waiting on that final lock-in.
And we are seeing the Hermit come out for our round 4 second half.
I finally get my Hermit! Life can be dream, all right? Life can be dream. Now, going Hermit against the double decoder comp, definitely going to be tough, but and with mechanic as well, the doll can eat the hits and distribute the damage even further. That's definitely going to be something for Hermit to contend with. But if we're just able to see that continued pressure on the survivor side, Hermit can and, you know, possibly will be a very strong pick for that 4-man elimination potential.
That's true. Yeah. It all just hinges on how well this Hermit is able to pressure these survivors. Maybe even getting that.
I'm so excited. I hurt my hands clapping so hard at that pick. Like, my hands hurt now.
It looks like we are going to be doing...
I finally get my Hermit. It's been so long. I've been begging this entire tournament. Like, please, somebody play Hermit. And I finally...
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, our hunter we have here has been playing for almost every game. So at this point, they might kind of starting to be feeling that, like, that wear.
Well, now is the most important time to lock in, so...
Yeah, especially now. It looks like we're gonna be having our 2 decoders spawn on opposite sides of the map. Very good. Just making sure that they can't both be somehow stuffed together. One is guaranteed to hit or to not be chased. But
Yeah.
we're seeing both our decoders run no borrowed time. with our
Yep,
full kite
definitely
build.
looking to get that chase. I almost wonder we could, I keep kind of advocating for this mercenary first chase, but I feel like mercenary first chase here would not be bad, especially with a hermit. He is again
Definitely.
vulnerable to that 1.2 damage, and if we're able to keep him on an opposite polarity from the rest of the team, Hermit's definitely what Hermit really needs to do here is be very, very mindful of those connections and of when the charges go, when the charges are on, when the charges are off, and really just keeping an eye on those. But round 4, second half. Oh, that's my setup. That's my hermit skin. I wear this. I wear this stupid hat. The stupid hat and the cowboy skin. Yes.
Anyways,
Not forget what I had when I come into round 4, second half of WWW versus Rui Potatoes. I'm 206 Bones, and I'm very excited about this hermit pick here with Sam for what could possibly be the final match of logging off season 3. Best of luck to both teams. We're gonna see Prisoner taking the first chase here.
Oh, waiting to get that first time. We're gonna be now connecting our ciphers, just opting to get that the longest timer possible before they can swap their polarities. Oh, we're gonna be changing to that mercenary.
Yes. Oh wait, they're
getting the charge attack off.
Wow. And that is going to give us insolence as well. So we are nearly with insolence.
Ooh.
Heading towards that polarity. Mercenary going to miss that charge, but we're actually going to go ahead and switch targets here once again. Not quite getting all the way to where Magician is, but we do have him in our sights.
We're gonna be seeing a wand come out here.
Yup,
no, we're gonna be seeing the vault. We're gonna see the vault. Yep.
Magician heading into God Kite here, definitely a very effective area. And Hermit does have teleport, so I feel like a teleport might be in order if... nicely done. Decoy once again here, and not falling for the pallet mind game. Very well done from Magician. And just going to go ahead and drop the pallet here. We've got one last decoy.
We're gonna be trying to red light trick our Magician, but he doesn't fall for it.
Oh,
both suns miss, unfortunately for our Hermit here. Our Magician is playing this super well. Unfortunately, his wand isn't able to block off door like it used to be able to, with it being opened up now like that. However, we are going to be seeing basement here. We're going to be seeing that last wand come out, being able to block that last shot. Otherwise, our Hermit would have fallen into basement. Now we don't have Blink, so we don't have Blink.
No blink and no stuns as well. Magician just able to take that vault for free. Oh, and missing a stun once again here.
Oh, unfortunately taking the pallet.
There's the hit. There's the hit. Yep, but even so, I think that doll actually took a lot of the damage there. The mechanic's doll.
We see our mechanic rotating her doll around. We're just gonna be using this doll in order to probably find the mechanic's location or do even chip damage onto our. Nice. Very good hit on
okay,
that.
bot now out of commission, and there's the mechanic.
Teleport come out? Yes.
Use the teleport. Yeah, nicely done here, and the ball teleport as well. Is looking to get a stun on the mechanic. Oh, nicely done with the aim on that. Looking for red. Yep, we do get the stun here, but nicely done, not walking through that pallet. Mech looking for the pallet stun, unfortunately not going to connect.
Yeah, our Hermit's only goal here is going to be having to, even if ciphers are going to be popping. Oh, gets mind game by the mechanic. Our Hermit's only goal here is going to be trying to chip away at the team, making sure that anyone who tries to come in for that rescue is just going to get shut down really early.
Yep, but we do have another bot activated.
Not sure where.
Yeah, I think it's just hiding in that corner there. Mechanic taking another blue charge here. None of the rest of the team is on red polarity. And she will go down. Now that is... Yeah, I think we're down to almost one cipher remaining. We're going to reconnect these ciphers here, but really strong containment from this team, kind of using the Hermit strategy against him. Yep, right next to the Mercenary. Now, Mercenary has been healed back to nearly full health, and he also is sharing damage with the rest of the team. Now, sharing damage with the rest of the team here is going to be a little bit tricky. Oh! Are we going to be able to get the stun before the rescue here? No, but Mechanic is going to take the blue charge right away, immediately going to take that hit as well. But she does have Tide Turner. And we're looking, we're going to get the red charge on her. And none of the team is able to swap off, so we are going to just continue to use her to chip damage on the rest of the team. Are we? Yeah, we're not going to be able to get another hit on her, unfortunately. But that Cypher is very, very close to being prime. Yep, Cypher Machine is prime now, and they are just going to go ahead and pop it. They only need what? Yeah, they just need one escape here to really, tie things up. So.
However, our teleport is ready for our Hermit.
Yup.
But he hasn't connected gate yet. Oh, we're not going to opt to connect. We're just going through the. We're going for the sun. Gets the magician. However, the prisoner flywheel. The damage.
Oh my god. And it looks like both the remaining team are converging on Mechanic's chair. We'll be able to rescue her in time, but Magician is going to go down here. Neither gate has been opened. Mechanic off of her chair. All survivors are now on the other side of that map. And Hermit just needs to be able to get back there. We do have the gates connected. But, oh, this is going to be tricky. Yep, we are going to use the... Yep, this is where Hermit comes into play. The height of the Hermit teleport is what kind of allow. Oh, wait, is that Mercenary? Yup, Mercenary getting caught out here. We do still have one elbow pad. It looks like, oh, we're just gonna go right to the gate. Gates, again, not open yet. This gate is only at 50%, looking to use the coaster, but not quite able to get up there.
Get stunned
on the Mechanic.
The Mechanic and the prisoner go down both at once.
I think we might. Getting stuck on the Cypher there for just a moment.
However, the Magician is going to get rescued here. But that
the
gate across the. Wait, he might.
If Mercenary is able to get there on time, he only had the. And that gate's almost open.
Yeah, that gate is at 70%. Yep, they're gonna get it open.
On the gate.
Wait, will teleport be up in time?
I don't think so. I don't think teleport's up in time. It might be. He might be able to get one. He just needs one to tie. Yo, yes, he's going to get Mercenary out the gate. Wait, Magician. Where's Magician?
Wait, Magician spent the time healing. Wait, but we have no detention on the Hermit.
No detention. As long as Hermit's able to get a tie, we still tie the round here.
Wait, Magician isn't opting to run the gate, instead going to the. Where's he going? Where is he going?
Where'd he go?
He headed over towards second story.
He went somewhere. Is he gonna rescue prisoner? He's gonna rescue prisoner.
Oh my god.
No. That gate's not open and Hermit has both teleports.
Our prisoner does get rescued. Gonna get rescued here, but
the gates. I guess the coaster is here. They can use the coaster, but this is risky. This is really risky.
Get stunned off gate. Get stunned off gate.
Oh,
Magician! The body block. The stun.
Oh my god, it's Magician needs to get out. It's still a tie. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Wow! And that is what we say when we say that these survivors are not giving up. They are not giving up, just pushing for that tie to try and win this round. It is still going to be a tied round, which means that WWW maintains they maintain their lead here. Just absolutely incredible. But yeah, Rui Potato is not giving up, looking to tie the round here. If they are able, we're still tied in points. Yeah, we're tied in points right now.
We're tied in points right now. Yeah, it's all up to this next round here.
Yeah, wow. And this is exactly, what I hope to see when we get these BO5 opportunities. Just both sides playing to their absolute fullest, and this is just absolutely incredible. And yeah, we are going to be heading into round 5 here. Wow.
Oh my god, beautifully played from both sides, honestly. Oh, that Hermit, if he had something like Warp, maybe he would have probably been able to pressure both of those gates, and maybe could have even seen the form in there. But
I think that Warp just doesn't have enough distance.
Yeah, Warp wouldn't have had enough distance.
Yeah, because Moonlit is such a big map.
Yeah. But as we saw with being able to use the stops for extra distance.
Yep. But yeah, I am not disappointed at all in that Hermit performance. Even with the
double decoder,
double decoder comp, you've got the Mercenary, you've got the Magician just doing an incredible containment early on. And just being able, that last possible second, stunning the prisoner out of the gate, just incredibly done. And
Yeah.
really really good management as well, having both of those teleports up at the end. And even with there were a lot of missed I would say,
Opportunities.
yeah, or missed stuns
Yeah.
in the early game, getting a little bit flustered there. But I mean, what a way to bring that back around in the end game. Just incredibly done.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh, that just both teams played so insanely well. That magician with his early kite, and then just honestly the survivors knowing when to run across the map to go and rescue their other teammate and open the gate. It just
Yep.
you got to have that coordination to properly play that out like our survivors did there.
Yeah, and just really great communication, as well as the fact that the mechanics doll just ate so much of that damage and was able
Yes.
to really prolong things in the early game. I think that was absolutely game changing for these survivors. And not taking as much damage. Very, I would say, very very effective use and very effective way of countering the hermit as well. Having just trying to distribute the damage as much as possible, and having that bot on the field really really helped there.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god, but coming into round 5, I mean, there are no global bans, so we could see that hermit again. We could also see that night watch again. I'm definitely interested as to what map we're going to see in this round, because I feel like, if
Yes.
there's ever a time for Sacred Heart Hospital to come out, I think that now is the time, especially with how strong these survivors are, and just really, I guess Sacred Heart is kind of a double-edged sword, because you do have, it makes your survivors a lot stronger, but it really, can hurt your hunter. But I feel like with the Lakeside pick, with the Moonlit pick, it does feel like these teams are trying to prioritize their survivors and kind of trip up their own hunter, but as well as tripping up the opposite hunter a little bit more, ideally. So I would like to see Sacred Heart. I feel like round 5 Sacred Heart is where we get just the craziest plays. So that's that's what I want to see. I want to see some, you know, I feel like round 5 especially, we tend to see a lot of harassment and a lot of just very aggressively, especially when we're tied up like this, trying to go for as many points as possible, and just, bold plays, bold selections. I'd love to see a prospector right about now. So yeah.
Yes.
Prospector, even a cowboy. I want to see some harassment in this round 5, because we haven't seen a lot of harassment, and a lot of the hunters that really counter harassment have been banned. So yeah, I want to see aggression.
I do agree. I think that prospector should be a really good, especially because out of our remaining maps here, we have maps like Leo's, we have maps like I don't know, even Arms Factory, where there are so many tiny little obstacles that you can stun the hunter on, so many areas that you could use the magnet to rotate. Honestly,
Yep.
like we have, I believe, yeah, we still have hospital, we still have Red Church. We haven't seen Red Church actually this matchup at all. We haven't seen any of our smaller maps here.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost wonder if we're gonna go with like Arms Factory or Church, and kind of like size down for that last map, kind of give, I would say, a little bit more of an even playing field for the hunters. I feel like could be very beneficial. But yeah, it definitely, it comes down to whatever strategy that they want to use. I mean, let's see, we've got yeah, Sacred Heart, Arms Factory, Church, Leo's. I think is that it?
I'm pretty sure that we've gone through like
Every other
oh,
map.
there's Darkwoods. Do we have
Oh,
Darkwoods in here?
is Darkwoods accessible? I don't know if Darkwoods is allowed, because I don't think it's allowed in comp. I think it's only, yeah, it's not allowed,
Okay. Oh
which
my
is kind of a
gosh.
good thing, I feel like, because I don't I don't want to see Darkwoods.
Yeah, I don't want to see that evil map.
Evil map. It's kind of Brightwoods now.
Yeah,
With all the
it's not even
adjustments
it's
that
not
they've
even
done to
dark.
it.
It's not. I
Yeah.
don't know what it. it was never dark to begin with. I don't know. I could see
It's pretty
perfectly
dark
fine
at
on it.
first. It was dark at first when we like back in the time of reunion mode was when it was actually dark.
When it was nighttime.
Yeah. And then now they've just gradually. You know what I miss? Speaking of nighttime, I miss Leo's Memory Dawn.
Yes. We
I
haven't
want
seen that
Leo's
in so
Memory
many
Dawn back.
years. We haven't seen
I
that
want
in
Leo's Memory
actual years.
Dawn with the little Santa hats. I want it back.
Oh my god! I think how long ago? The last time we
That
saw
was like
that was
20.
like
It was 2021, I think.
yeah, it was like 4 years ago. Because I
Yeah.
remember it was right after it was last time I remembered it. It was
It was
right
when we got
after.
the residence emotes too.
Yeah, it was, and it was when it was after Succubus because I remember
It was
this. I
after.
had
No,
the
it would have been before, right?
no because I played Succubus on Leo's
Oh.
Memory Dawn.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah.
It yeah third anniversary was the last time we saw it.
Wow.
Oh my god, that was third anniversary. Oh my god, sorry. I just been like reminiscing about how old I am.
How long we've been playing this game.
It's a horrible game. It's a jail. You can't escape.
Please, I'm trapped in elitist manor. Help! Help! Help me!
Oh my god,
Alright, but it
looks like
looks
we
like we
are
are
moving.
gonna be on Leo's memory here for round 5, first half. It's, yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, I mean, when we have best of 5, you know, you want to see best of 5, so definitely not complaining about this.
No, definitely it gives it. And listen, it's round 5. We have so much. There's so many hunters we get to see. We could probably see here,
Mhm.
especially with just how many characters are banned at this point.
And with the Leo's pick, you know, I can always bring up the lizard again because as one of
That's
the
true.
yeah, one of the only hunters who can really effectively use that factory, being able to jump all the way around those stairs, up those stairs, down the stairs. You know, good luck avoiding the lizard on those stairs. So I would love to see a lizard right now.
I would also really like to see a bloody queen.
Yes.
I I think people say she's not great on Leos. I like to disagree. I think she's plenty good on Leos.
Whenever I think about Bloody Queen on Leo's, I think about Laddie a couple years ago.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah, yeah, because Laddie, Scar's Laddie was absolutely incredible as Bloody Queen on Leo's. So yeah, no, I feel like she's underestimated on Leo's.
I mean, even on like her weaker maps, if you just know how to play her correctly, like on Hospital, Bloody Queen isn't horrible on Hospital, but like sure, it's one of her weaker maps, but like if you know how to play her properly, then you could really like give survivors a run for their money.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as well, I would say Fool's Gold as well, definitely very strong on Leo's. We did actually see a very strong Fool's Gold last week from WWW, so
Yes.
I don't believe that Hunter's hunting today, but you know, definitely go back and watch the last few matches, the last few days of tournament. You know, we are on the final day now, but there are, you know, 2 weeks of the rest of the brackets. If you haven't seen those, go back and watch them. We've had some incredible matches throughout this tournament, and it's been, you know, it's been such a great experience as always being able to commentate for Logging Off.
Absolutely. And honestly, for our third season, we've been doing Logging Off for 30 years now. It's been awesome
I think 2
seeing
years because we got
2 years. Did we do 2 in one
twice a
twice a
year.
year? Twice
Yeah,
a year?
we
Has it?
started
Oh
a
my god,
year
it's felt like
ago.
it's been 3 years.
It feels like it's been forever.
Yeah.
But no, I think the last logging off was like almost exactly a year ago. So, or the first logging off.
Oh, that might have been what it was because I was only here
Yeah.
for the first one.
But now you're back,
I'm back. I'm
and now you'll
back.
never leave.
Oh god.
Yeah, we've got you. We've got you in the commentator basement now.
They got me back.
Yep. And you never get to come out. So sorry. But we are
Oh.
going to get into our bands of picks now. That is a mechanic band as well as a mercenary band, if my eyes do not deceive me. So definitely kind of coming out from the last round and going, oh, you guys liked playing that mechanic against my hermit? All right, well,
Too bad.
not this time. We are going to see the barmaid as well as the prisoner kind of, and hermit as well. Not a bad pick on Leo's at all. I feel like hermit on Leo's is a little bit cursed for me in particular. There are many clips of me failing miserably on Leo's memory in specific. But yeah, he is very good and
Oh,
still able to use those levels. So
you know
I
who we
feel like
could
we
see?
who
Gamekeeper.
we could see Gamekeeper. I would love to see a
Yeah, this
Gamekeeper.
is a very strong Gamekeeper map. Leo's
Yep,
memory, yeah.
we are going to see First Officer as well as a Priestess ban. And for our final ban coming through, I feel like, we can really. I feel like it definitely depends on the hunter pick here. Okay, we're gonna see Toy Merchant. So yeah, definitely an effective pick here, and especially in round 5, when you're running out of characters to select. I believe I think Patient's still open, but we do. Oh,
Opting for the Explorer pick instead. Honestly,
yo,
if we
that's a
have any,
classic.
yeah, if we have any of these hunters that give that can show locations like we have our Hullabaloo, uh, Clone, Feaster's Tentacle, any of those abilities that point towards a survivor, that Explorer's new buff being able to counter that now could
Yup.
be could be coming in handy here.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a pretty bad comp to bring out Hermit again. They definitely
Mhm.
Rui Potato is really kind of locking in here and not wanting a repeat of that 3-man elimination. So yeah, I feel like Gamekeeper would be good here. And having the double decoder here is very strong. And especially with Explorer, with that buff that you mentioned, Sam. Having really no way to detect where he is can be
Yeah.
very effective for potato survivors. I mean, we've all experienced it, we've all seen it. The hunters spending precious time swinging at everything in sight trying to sniff out that explorer and being consistently 3 feet away. But I almost wonder, I feel like what could be effective here is a naiad, especially against that explorer, not allowing him to kind of stay in one area. But as we wait for our hunter pick, oh wait,
We're
nope,
seeing
there's
the
our hunter pick,
oh
Axe Boy.
oh I honestly, we saw it with CH4. I will always bring Ling's up Axe Boy up from CH4.
Yes.
It was honestly, if we if this Axe Boy is super good at hitting his souls, then it could be really good for our hunter here. But
Yeah, and
however, it is
does
that double
the soul
decoder.
attach itself to like a hiding explorer? Can you see a hiding explorer with the soul?
As long as he walks out of a corrupted area, even if he's small.
Yeah, so that can be very effective here. We were just saying it's impossible to find that explorer, but I feel like this pick might be,
This
looking
is
to
that
sniff
one
out that
pick.
explorer.
Yeah.
Yep. This is the one pick. But just to review here, we do have win conditions right now. If WWW, if they are able to get a 4-man elimination here, then they will win, and we will not be heading into the second half of round 5. If it is less than a 4-man elimination, Rui Potatoes needs to get a higher score, and then they will win. And if the round is tied, WWW is up, so they will win. So right now, it really is down to Rui Potatoes survivors to get as many escapes as possible, even if that's only one, in order to keep their hopes alive. But yeah, just we're in the finals now. It's do or die.
Definitely, honestly, if possible, I think being able to chase that first officer first, then rotating towards that explorer. Honestly, if even
Yes.
possible, being able to force out first officer's pocket watch or get injured to waste the barmaid's utility with her Dublin, that could be really good for this axe boy, especially with how well he's able to stuff these kites. But either way, this is round 5, first half. My name is Sam. I'm with Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. Looks like we are... Okay, we're going to... Yep, we are going to head towards that first officer here for our first chase. Definitely looking to get that pocket watch out. And this is a pretty good area, but I feel like we can potentially be looking at an early soul here if we're able to play our cards right. Just going for the speed. Oh, we're actually going to get mind gamed by the first officer without even using a pocket watch. So well done there. Soul is on cooldown right now, but we do have, yep, first officer has left the corrupt area, so we will see that little soul kind of coming through here.
Oh, beautiful soul hit!
Officer.
Oh yeah, getting
And
that.
it looks like we're just going to change targets to Barmaid.
Going for the Barmaid, planting a tree, just grabbing the branch as well, I believe. Yes,
Yep.
grabbed a branch, placed the peeper down. Mind gaming with that Barmaid here, who does use, I believe that is broken windows, so we do not have flywheel against this axe boy.
Yup. And looking for the basic hit here, kind of trying to bait out the flywheel. She does not have flywheel, and she will be using that Dublin, but heading back towards the tree.
Yeah,
So we
however,
do have
she's-
souls in the area.
Oh!
Nicely done! Beautiful snipe out of the window. Barmaid will go down here. Basement is in the area, but we're going to opt not to use it because first officer is right here, and we are just going to go ahead and pressure him off the Cypher. Really, really great momentum here in the early game for Axeboy.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be breaking that connection for the prisoners, so we're not going to be able to get that mid-cipher to have any progress on it. However, it does look like we have our explorer nearby. Oh, he might be able. He's giving tinnitus. Oh, he gets spotted by the axe. But is this soul going to hit? Oh, we are going to be
way out.
But our explorer does have tide turner, so our Barmaid, unfortunately, our Barmaid does get hit, but she's going to be able to last a bit longer due to that tide turner.
Yup, with that extra hit on Explorer, though, we are at full presence, so we do have quite a bit of speed that we're able to build up here. Barmaid looking to just die in that pallet. 4 ciphers remaining here. We've got no other ciphers started. Two ciphers on the go, but it looks like we are stopping to heal. First officer is healed up, though, can come in for the rescue with a second tide turner. But they're going to need to get that speed back up on those ciphers if we're...
Gets cut off by the axe boy. Does the soul hit? No, it does not, but he gets hit in the watch anyways. Is our axe boy able to make it back to chair? No, not in time.
We don't have the roots up, so first officer will be able to make it back to the chair, but stalling on the chair for a little bit. Very dangerous, but we do have the soul.
We aren't seeing the soul hit.
Ooh, we're gonna miss the basic hit as well, but Barmaid is going to take that hit here, and she will be going down a third time. We do have the time wasted by Tide here, but with no harassment, she will be sent back to the manor very shortly.
It looks like our explorer is he still has some pages left for decoding cards. We are going to be seeing that cipher at 94, unfortunately not get finished, but it's going to be really close because we're opting to heal instead. Honestly, keeping as healthy as we can. Ooh, seeing the warp come out.
Switch to warp here. Are we able to find the survivors healing? It does look like we have.
Oh,
yep, we
we
figured
spot a
out
blood
exactly
trail.
where they are.
Pocket watch coming
First
out again from the first
officer.
officer.
And
Ooh,
just
not gonna
barely missing that hit.
We're opting. Oh, we're not going to be able to dodge the. We're not going to be able to dodge the second pocket watch. We are going to have the soul, however, swirl around the first officer, just getting out of range of that first officer. Are we going to see soul hit come in here?
Looking for the
We are
soul
not,
hit.
but
Barely missed, but with the speed boost, first officer, first officer is going to go down to that heavy hit. We've got 3 ciphers remaining, still missing that final cipher. 2 ciphers remaining now. Second to last cipher is about to pop as well, but they will need to decode a cipher completely from scratch. Now, Explorer is looking for those pages.
oh, but our Explorer really close by. This could be really dangerous for him if he gets spotted.
Yup, he's
Right
just
next.
right there.
Oh,
So much debris on this map, though, that it's definitely possible for Explorer to just stay there and hide, forcing Axeboy to stay on the chair because of this tinnitus in the area. But I don't... Oh, well,
think
First
Cypher
Officer
will be
does
ready.
have a longer chair time. First Officer does have a long chair time, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get the Cypher primed in time.
after half.
is the
Yep, I don't know. I don't think
thing.
it'll be ready.
Yeah, 40%, not quite there.
Now, if our exploit does want to go looking around a bit for that explorer, barely still in tinnitus range from that explorer. He moves just a little bit away. He might realize where the explorer. Oh, we see explorer moving in. Our cipher is at 80%. Unfortunately, first officer is really close to dying. So,
are we going to be able to get
gets the soul hit?
Gets the soul!
Picks up before the second
yet!
We still have trump card.
My God.
We still have trump card for this exploit.
No, we don't have trump card. He switched to warp, but we got warp up.
Oh, that's right. He got warp up. But we're
Warp
not.
up,
Instead, we're not popping.
moving.
We're not popping.
Yep.
But we
He
are
did
moving
see
nearby.
was being decoded. So we are in the area. Unfortunately, not quite picking up tinnitus from prisoner. Prisoner moving out of the area very quickly. Are we gonna go back through the warp? It looks like, yeah. Oh, wait.
It's tinnitus. Dungeon.
We got tinnitus. No, dungeon's not here.
We don't. Wait, the exploit doesn't know where. The exploit doesn't know where.
No.
He thinks the
Oh,
prisoner's
he's
up
still
here.
getting tinnitus out here.
Does he spot him?
I think we might. Well, we're heading.
got tinnitus for a
we're
second.
heading back to the cipher, but there's no tinnitus here.
Oh, instead opting to maybe looking for dungeon.
I think dungeon. Oh, I think dungeon's in the Moongate corner.
Dungeon's in the Moongate corner.
Yup. So we're not gonna be able to get that Explorer. We might be able to rescue Explorer.
Gets the rescue
Just
last
at the
second.
Using that flywheel just to get to the chair. So risky. And now prisoner just needs to get back to that prime cipher. Or Explorer. Either of them can make it back to that prime cipher. Oh wait, it looks like Explorer actually heading towards the connected cipher, looking for the remote pop. And Explorer does have borrowed time here.
Is he gonna be making it back time?
I don't think prisoner's at the cipher just yet.
He pops out in time!
But Explorer just right back down. Now we're able to go for the slug. Oh wait, but I think
No, he still has exit path. He still has exit path.
He still has exit path, but no warp up just yet. Explorer is dead on chair.
I don't believe prisoner didn't find dungeon. Prisoner missed the dungeon.
Oh no!
Wait,
unless no, I think he has it. Warp in 2, 1. Warp is up, but it doesn't matter. Prisoner already has dungeon.
Oh, and a 1-man escape.
Oh, so
wow.
we will be heading into the second half. Wow, yeah, so we will be heading into the second half of round 5. Just fighting for that one escape. I feel like if we had gone for the slug game, but I think that Axboy just didn't know where dungeon was either, so
he didn't know where dungeon because he hadn't been over there yet.
Yup.
Yeah, fortunately that prisoner was able to rescue the explorer just to the Axboy losing tinnitus and making a bad chase. But still very well played with that Axboy's early game, managing to pressure super well. It just unfortunately the explorer was really hard to find.
Yeah, just so unfortunate there that we, weren't quite able to track down that prisoner in the end game. I feel like if you had known where dungeon was, you probably would have been able to warp right on top of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To get that prisoner, but prisoner also had stun at that point, so yeah, it would have been really close. That prisoner has just been such a strong pick for Rui Potatoes. It's always fun to see. Kind of I would say like an underappreciated, I would say, character. Like prisoner, get some some love and some great gameplay there.
Especially as he's not been too relevant lately.
Yeah, he had kind of a blip of a moment there with Ivy, but yeah, I've been playing prisoner for a while, so always fun to see my second most used character kind of get some airtime.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to head into the second half of round 5 here. Just these teams are fighting so hard, and it's always just incredible to watch when they both really have their heart in it, and it's just beautiful gameplay to be able to see.
Yeah. Yeah, but now that we are soon heading into our ban and pick phase, honestly, we might be able to see, we might see another Axe Boy, we might see a Gamekeeper come out, we might see that Lizard come out.
Oh my god, if we get Lizard here. Oh.
That would be such a great way to round it out.
Yes. The final I guess the cherry on top of logging off. The Lizard on top of logging off.
The Lizard on top.
Lizard on top. I just want to see a lizard, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a man of simple needs, and Mr. Lizard is one of them, I guess.
I'm always
But
hoping. I'm always hoping for a Haster, but he's not too great.
what do you think of Haster on Leo's memory?
He's not too great, but being able to find survivors in those tough areas could be pretty helpful.
Yeah.
But I do objectively think there are better picks, as much as I would love to see him one time. But
Yeah, the stage is open here for pretty much anything, you know. I mean, anything other than, you know, Ivy, Opera, well, likely Opera, Goatman, or Opera, Hullabaloo Band, Goatman off the table, Ivy off the table, Dream Witch off the table. Dream Witch, I would say, a little bit unfortunate that she's off the table here. I do love seeing her on Leo's memory. But
it's true.
yeah, I mean, we could see that Bloody Queen that we were talking about before, another Hermit possible. Another Axe Boy. Would love to see Gamekeeper. I love seeing Gamekeeper. Ripper, even, you know, an option.
That's true. We could see that Ripper now. I don't know how well he'd do though, considering all the obstacles that are on Leo's memory.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely comes down to being able to have that accuracy, especially with the chip foggies as well. You know, you do get extra chances, but being able to conserve those extra chances are, you know, that's the difference between a 3-man and a 4-man, and that's, you know, that's the situation we're in right now.
Yeah,
That 1-man
absolutely.
escape. I believe right now we're in pretty much whatever team wins wins.
I believe that it is what it is right now.
Yeah, because we are, you know, these teams have just been fighting and fighting and fighting to tie it up.
But if this simplifies it, I believe if Rui Potato gets a 4-man, they win here. If WWW gets a tie, they win here.
Yes, yes. And we head into overtime if it is a 1-man escape. I believe. Maybe?
Yes, I believe so.
Yep. Okay, so if we are if we get another 1-man escape, then we will be heading into overtime. So yeah, thank you all for yeah, we're on 4 hours of this now. So yeah, thank you all if you've been here since the beginning. Obviously, you know, we've been here since the beginning as well, so make sure you're staying hydrated, make sure that you've got your snacks in play. And if you're just joining us, if you joined us halfway through, hello. And thank you for coming as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting actually to see what could possibly be our final round of
I
logging
feel like
off
now
League
we said
Season
that we're
3.
gonna head into overtime.
Yeah, now we jinxed it.
You're jinxing it. But I mean, hey, if we head into overtime, that just means more picks, more bans, and more lozenges that I will need in the aftermath of this.
Yep. uh, I honestly I didn't think we'd be going on this long. I got like 2 bottles of water and I went through them
2
already.
bottles of water. Go get another.
I could, I'm gonna do that. I will be right back.
Okay, I will stall for you. Go
Okay,
go get more water.
I will
All
be
right?
right back. I will be right back.
Yeah. Go, but please, everybody, stay hydrated. I mean, it's getting super hot where I am, as we're heading into summer. So yeah, make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure that everything, don't die on us while we're having this tournament go on. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to the sandwich that I made myself earlier. It's sitting in my fridge right now, and that's gonna be my treat. My winnings for logging off. But for our first 2 survivor bands, we're going to see Embalmer as well as what I believe is a mechanic. Which, yep, we absolutely want to avoid the opportunity of allowing WWW survivors to get that 1-man escape. So, Embalmer on the ban list, mechanic on the ban list, not wanting to have any extra, extra trouble on the field right now. But we will have Hullabaloo, Opera Singer as our bands. I would say pretty standard, pretty average. Not wanting to get that Fantastic Four out here. So again, that does leave us open for pretty much anything. Oh, and we're gonna see the Novelist as well as the Mercenary. So WWW Survivors definitely looking at that, the possibility of a Gamekeeper here and going, nah, no, we're gonna lock in the Novelist. We're gonna lock in the Mercenary. We're not gonna want to give you any of those easier survivors to chase. Novelist has just been so effective against Gamekeeper, being able to swap out of the stun or out of the hook. And yeah, okay, Prisoner. We're gonna see Seer ban, Prisoner lock in. Prisoner again. I'm loving this Prisoner gameplay. I really am.
Another prisoner.
Yes, another Prisoner. Welcome back. How's your water?
Watery. But yeah, seeing that prisoner again, we've seen in these like past, has it been 3 rounds, I think?
Prisoner? Yeah, I think 3 rounds. Three rounds of Prisoner.
Yeah, pretty much these past 3 rounds with that prisoner, we just really see how strong that sharing and connection is, like, to getting those ciphers done. And we are gonna be seeing that coordinator as our 4th ban here. Honestly, just yeah, I understand it. It's a coordinator is hard to deal with when you know how to save her gun properly.
Ooh, we're gonna see that journalist making her return here.
Definitely could be a good pick depending on what we're looking at. If our journalist knows how to time her cameras really well, which I believe this would be the same
Yeah,
the same
yeah, it's the
person.
same journalist.
Yeah, so honestly, if we see that Axe Boy again with those really well timed cameras, we might even see like this journalist block a soul hit.
Yeah, we could also see if we get Ripper as well. Gamekeeper. I mean, Gamekeeper is definitely a dangerous, or would be dangerous pick here. By the Hunter, because we do have all of these counters. I would say, Novelist with the swap. Mercenary, I would say a little bit vulnerable to Gamekeeper because of the chip damage. Kind of hurts him when it comes to his delayed damage. But he is as always very tanky. Prisoner having that 1-second stun kind of works as a mini flywheel, able to get out of the way of the hook. And journalist with the orphans, able to use those as body blocks as well. So yeah, very effective here. I would say Lizard as well would struggle a little bit against this comp, having that journalist in play. Now, journalist, I would say, journalist nah, journalist can rescue against Lizard. I feel like she's a little bit of a risky rescue, especially if she needs to keep a lot of distance from the chair. But we did just see that journalist able to keep a lot of distance from the chair using the orphan to go in alone. So yeah, I'm definitely this is a very strong team comp. I'm very excited to see what this Hunter pick is going to be, because I mean, it's
Oh, we're seeing the Naiad come out.
Yup, we're gonna see the Naiad here, which we've seen some pretty effective Naiad on Leo's memory, especially from Pepe in
Yes.
IBL. So Yeah, I'm very excited to see the Naiad. I was kind of, hoping for Naiad last round, but we're gonna get her this round instead. Definitely effective as well against, I would say, the tight kiting potential of the journalist. Novelist can be a little bit of a challenge for Naiad because of the swap ability can just immediately get him out of the radius of the water. I've been playing a lot of Novelist lately, and that's been working very well for me against Naiads. But I mean, yeah, really, really strong pick here, especially with the amount of areas that you can water off on Leo's memory. You can water off pretty much the entire factory. You can water off all of the paladin areas. So yeah, very excited to see what this Naiad is capable of. Needing, as many eliminations as possible here in order to, hopefully win for Rui Potatoes. And on the same sense, WWW survivors wanted to get as many out the gate as they possibly can. It really is, it's the end game here.
Yeah, and just as a refresher, if Rui Potatoes are able to get a 4K, then they win. And if WWW is able to get a tie, they will win.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
heading
it's pretty much all or nothing. Unless we get a 1-man escape and then we head into overtime.
And then we head into overtime. But heading into round 5, second half. I am Sam, joined here with Bones for what could be our last game. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. And what an amazing matchup that we've had so far. My cat just barged in screaming. Hello. I guess she wanted to see the final too. Oh, we've got the Lunar New Year skin here for Naiad. Absolutely gorgeous.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, our Naiad here used to be one of the top Naiad players in NAEU for a while.
Yeah, so immediately going to use the dash as well as Hunt, trying to get as much speed as possible, following the blood trail. We already have that pallet dropped here. Oh, we're actually taking a very aggressive build on this Naiad. We've got Trump Card and Insolence. So yeah, no detention here, but just looking for as much aggression as possible. And already we're seeing that on the Prisoner, just chasing... Yep, just trying to water off as much of this area. Are we going to be able to get him in the loop? Oh, no, it looks like he did avoid it.
However, our Prisoner does have what looks like to be a Sui build, so we might, depending on how well this Prisoner is able to manage his traits here, we might... Are we going to be seeing that flywheel come out here? No, we're not seeing the flywheel come out. We're taking the hit.
Yeah, I feel like definitely waiting on the flywheel for either the blink or possibly looking to flywheel the water as well. Now, we do have a lot of flywheel on this team, actually. Every member of the team does have flywheel. But we're
coming out to get into Terror Shock!
Wow, that does bring Naiad almost all the way to full presence here. Right away. Basement is also in the area, I believe. Yeah, we're probably... Oh, no, we are going to go for basement here. I would say a little... I feel like at this point, basement not the worst choice in the world because it is a little bit hard to 4K out of basement, but with the survivors here being desperate for as many escapes as possible, I feel like it's not a bad choice at all because they need to rescue this.
Yeah, they need that 2-man escape, or they're going to be moving on to overtime possibly.
Though I do wonder, we could possibly just sit here and give Tinnitus the whole time and focus
our Novelist is over here.
Yup, Novelist is in the area, definitely looking to swap her away from the basement stairs, or even just, continue to give that tinnitus. Naiad actually leaving the area, but it looks like Novelist not going to move in for the rescue this yet. I think that we might be selling her, at the very least going for that 99% rescue. But yeah, it looks like Novelist is on the move here, definitely looking to get away from the abyss that Naiad is forming. Are we going to get the... Nope, we're not going to go for the rescue. It looks like we are just going to go ahead and sell Prisoner. Now, we are at 2 ciphers remaining, though, and both of those ciphers are being worked on. So, honestly, really good choice from the Survivor team, focusing on trying to get that tie and keeping the Naiad's attention.
Absolutely. However, it looks like our Naiad is going to be heading over to our Journalist over here. Now this is our Journalist that would manage to have really good camera timings. Are we going to see
that here?
Oh, almost the pallet stun, but the diff still blocked the hit.
Yeah. Really tight timing here. We're going to see another abyss being formed, looking to just lock off this kiting area, but Journalist already transitioning out of it. Do we have a... Yep, we do have a dash, but Journalist
Dodges
also
the
going to
dash.
dash that, trying to lock her in the corner here. Oh, we're going to see the baby. Unfortunately,
Oh.
not quite going to take the hit. Journalist is going to get caught there, but we've got 3 ciphers on the go, or 2 ciphers on the go. Yep, still.
However, our journalist doesn't have borrowed time.
Oh, yes, Journalist does not have borrowed time. We are... Oh, not quite able to get the flywheel at the time. Journalist is going to... Oh, possibly saving the flywheel as well for
our
that
end
final
game,
cipher
yeah.
fate. Yeah. I would
Yeah,
say,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
because it's
say-
not the worst thing in the world for her to go down now, especially since Mercenary's still up with that tide turner.
All 3 elbow pads, yeah.
Yep. It looks like he is... I would say likely trying to... Okay, Novelist is closer to having the finished cipher, so... We're gonna pop from Novelist here. Mercenary giving Tinnitus a little bit, but we're staying quite a ways away from Journalist's chair. I think we are waiting for Novelist to reach the cipher, but Journalist will be rescued after half. But Naiad's attention is just completely on the Novelist now.
Oh, gets the
Ooh,
belt!
beautiful!
Novelist gets the belt! Are we gonna be seeing that mercenary come in for the rescue? We are gonna be seeing it, keeping all 3 elbow pads still. Our journalist still has 2 cameras and a flywheel remaining.
Yup. And Novelist able to potentially return to the cipher in Shack. We will see if that happens. I believe it might still be on under the water, but yep. Naiad heading back to the Shack here. At this point, we're just focusing on trying to...
Nice flywheel.
Ooh, yeah, really good flywheel there.
Ooh, still get caught in the abyss though.
I almost wonder if going for Journalist, or not going for Journalist here is going to be a little bit detrimental, especially heading towards the end game, because Journalist is dead on chair. We are actually going to pause to heal Novelist. Oh, Novelist is going to get caught in the water. We do a blink online. He needs to be very, very careful right now. Are we going to use the blink? No, we're hanging on to that blink.
For that trump card, yeah, we're gonna be...
Yeah.
We have no detention, which...
Looking for the... Oh, Novelist is going to go down! Cipher... Nope, ciphers are not... Yeah, ciphers are being slow right now. Journalist on the cipher, Mercenary coming in for the rescue. I almost wonder... Journalist does still have Tide, but definitely not having the Mercenary on that Prime Cipher, I feel like, is a good plan as for now. Novelist does not have borrowed time, though, so they are going to need... Yeah, Mercenary is the only one with borrowed time right now.
that Mercenary needs to body block for our Novelist here.
Mercenary needs to body block, but again, Mercenary at full health, trying to pop for a Mercenary at full health is very dangerous.
We're going to see an elbow pad come out. We do see the elbow pad, beautiful elbow pad coming out. Are we going to be seeing a hit? Could be Terror Shock.
Looking, trying to get the water here.
It's a normal hit. It's a normal hit. Doesn't rescue.
Wait, we're not rescuing just yet. Wait, Mercenary. Oh, we're looking for the cipher pop.
Oh, are we gonna be seeing? Are we gonna be seeing the Mercenary get down? Oh,
wait, with the no detention, Mercenary heading towards dungeon. We already have Journalist at the gate.
Still one more elbow pad.
Oh,
gets the Palace done.
It's done. Mercenary still has health, and with no detention, he can absolutely buy more time. Gate is at 70, 80%. That trump card is still up, but Naiad just has not used it yet. We also have Blink. Unfortunately, that gate is open now. Mercenary has taken a hit, but he's just heading towards the dungeon. Are both survivors at that gate? It does not look like Mercenary's going to be able to make dungeon, but if both of those survivors are at the gate, this could be the tie that WWW needs. We're going to go ahead and just chair the Mercenary first, and that is the 2-man escape for WWW, and yep. Yep, that is just the excitement switch at the end here. Wow.
Congratulations to WWW for getting that 2-man escape that they needed to take the win home.
Yup. Wow. Yeah, just the decision to chase the Mercenary at the end allowed both the Novelist and the Journalist to make it to that gate. Just wow. And not having detention there as well, I feel like really, it just allowed the Mercenary to get those extra couple seconds of time, and without the teleport over, that was it. But yeah, congratulations to WWW for winning, logging off season 3, and a huge thank you as well to Rui Potatoes for playing, giving it their all. And yeah, just absolutely incredible gameplay from all teams today, and such a just a blast to commentate for as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we have finished, we are going to be going to a live interview here.
Yes, don't go anywhere just yet. We're gonna have a little chat again with WWW, which I mean I'm excited for. I was able to talk to them last week as well, but just oh my god, there's so much to talk about in these matches. I mean, the Hermit
Absolutely.
play, journalists as well on WWW. I mean, I just want to highlight that journalist being able to pull off the body blocks with the orphans. It's so difficult to do, but yeah, just really, really well played.
Absolutely. Yeah, so now we're gonna be moving on to our live interviews with WWW here. So we might get to see a little insight on how they really brought back that really rough early start with that round one penalty, but then really just kind of really brought it back in order for them to take that win in the end.
Yeah, just incredibly done. But yeah, I mean, while we wait for WWW to get their representative in here, I do want to shout out everybody on the staff, as well as, of course, Lambo for running the stream, keeping things together, and as well, you know, Sam, and all of our co-commentators as well. But yep, it looks like WWY is here to talk with us about that win. So great to have you join us. And obviously, congratulations to all of WWW for winning our tournament. Just very, very well done. How are you feeling after that victory?
Tired. It was very
Yeah.
stressful.
Well,
The
because you were
potato
also
got
doing the dual faction as
Yeah,
well.
you played almost every game, I believe,
yeah.
right?
Yes, I
Oh
played
my
every game.
god.
Like
Wow.
playing against Aliens team was very very stressful. They're very good survivors. So like they had me like stressed so much.
Yeah. But I
That
mean, I
madness.
absolutely want to talk about the Hermit match that I was I was rooting for the whole time. I was like, please go Hermit, please go Hermit, and then you did. So, anything that you want to say about the Hermit pick, and that end game, especially being able to stun the prisoner out the gate? How was that for
Uh,
you?
that was, I'm going to be honest, that was more stressful than any other match. They they found out my weak point, which was just, hey, let's just cipher rush this guy. What is
Yep.
he actually going to play? And they almost proved me wrong. They almost actually got me. Uh, I was genuinely like so happy just being able to get a 3K because I was midway through the match. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get 3 escape. I
Yeah.
genuinely gave up.
But you
Yeah,
still
that
kept it
was
together all the way towards the end. I feel like that's kind
yeah.
of just how Hermit matches go. Like you
You-
feel like it's gonna go one way, and then it just flips on its head, and then it flips on its head again.
as a hermit, you have to just take whatever you can get. If you can get a
Yep.
free hit, you
Yep.
take it.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was like super well done trying to get as much damage as you could across that team when you started chasing that mechanic there. Just it was just really unfortunate because that magician buff really just kind of ruins with Hermit's pace.
Oh yeah, no, that magician messed. I was stressed out because I just did not know who I could chase.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Well,
is there anything that you would like to? Oh, well, Sam. I mean, if you want to ask anything else as well.
sure. I mean, is there anything you want to is there anything you want to say to like the people that were cheering you guys on throughout this tournament?
Uh, this is a sign that if I can do it, you can do it. I'm gonna be real. I wasn't even supposed to play today.
Wow, and I
Wow.
mean, you absolutely like the fact that you were able to play every single matchup. I mean, we were talking about as well the fact that you had done that, and if that would end up impacting your later matches, but clearly, you know, it didn't. So, yeah, it's really a testament to, I guess, your endurance as well as a player being able to kind of just keep up that momentum. And the novelist plays as well, those palette stuns. Did you have the I'm forgetting the name of the persona trait, but the increased palette stun on Novelist?
For the Goatman one, yeah, I had to. Like it's gonna be Goatman. If I just paused on him, that's like 10 seconds.
Yep.
But for Naiad, I was more of like, okay, we just need a one escape. So I was like, let me just bring Snooze just in case, like, I mess up. Because I'm gonna be real, I'm tired.
Yeah. No,
Yeah. Oh,
absolutely
and
understandable.
I have to talk about your night on Lakeside. That was
Yes,
so well played.
the instant predict.
Uh,
Yes, that
no,
first predict.
thank you. Um, I was genuinely just, I saw it available, so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna, uh, risk the patroller. I rather risk the patroller than just get hit by me.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Well, thank you
Well,
for taking time after, especially we know that you're tired after playing all of those games.
yes,
Thank you
please
guys
get
for
some
having me.
rest.
Yes.
Get
Yeah,
some
thank you
rest,
for
get some
joining
food
us.
and water. Yeah, thank you so much and congratulations once again.
Thank you once again. Bye bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, so that is a wrap on logging off season 3. It's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, thank you to everybody who stayed. If you've been here the whole time, especially shout outs to you. I've seen, so many familiar faces and so many familiar names in the chat. So thank you to everybody who's come out to support. You can find me on Twitch at 206bones with 2 underscores. And Sam, where can we find you?
You guys can find me also on Twitch. I do my username is Silken Serenades.